Hello, 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 and welcome back for main event coverage of the Greek and Cypriot Champions event, Greek Poker Champions event here at the Bangkok Casino. Chip counts coming up for you there. Lots of, I would say, unfamiliar names based on players travelling in from Greece and Cyprus for this event. Georgiopoulos, the chip leader with 97 big blinds. And a couple of other Greeks and Cypriots at the top there. Local hero, Ukrainian Vitaly Sherba. He's up there with 44 big blinds. And heading up the pack from Norway, Erik Thorvaldsen. So we're going to be going already on to the 50k, 100k blind, which is a bigger blind level than we've been used to starting off these stream feature tables. And payouts for you there, 30.2k plus the trophy at the top of the list. So cards in the rep. Vitaly first hand, pocket fours under the gun. Just want to be folding that on final table for sure. The playability of these hands and the implied odds going a bit down in value compared to the potential of busting. 8 players left. He's got a couple of big stacks on his left there. Gonna want to be a little bit tighter from that position. Just not really that incentivized to open so wide from there. So Zacharakis opening Jack 10 suited, much more playability than the fours, and Thorvaldsen, you might see that a little bit. People are just sort of not really used to the final table setup, just kind of wasting time. It may seem it's just getting acclimatized to their surroundings, I would say. It's the kind of thing that when you're there and you're playing under the bright lights, it can be quite intimidating, and it's just in some cases better just to take time to mull things over than make a bad error that could have been avoided. So we might see a slow start in terms of the pace of the play and also in terms of the ferocity of the play. But that's to be expected with these players who for the most part are playing sort of 100, 200 euro tournaments, now all of a sudden playing for 30,000 euros up top, and it's also being streamed, so it's a lot to deal with emotionally. Thorvaldsen there, 6-5 suited, not going to cut it. Georgia Polosard, ship leader, he's had nothing to work with in the first two hands, going to fold as well. Hadjikostas in small blind with 6.4 million, Jack 3 suited. Good to at least see a call here. Does look like a call. Vitaly with one of those hands that doesn't really have any post-flop playability and might be better served as an ISO right now, just to fold out some of the weaker parts of this small blind limping range. You know, getting hands like 10-6 offsuit, 10-5 offsuit, King-4 offsuit to fold. Pretty handy when you've got 10-4 off, right? So he does go for the ISO. And I think that this is a pretty decent play and a good sizing as well, just under 3.5x. Probably quite aware that when his opponent covers him, he's going to be potentially ISOing the stronger parts of his range, and might be slightly more weighted to a weakness in this limping range. So a lovely pickup there from the Ukrainian, just showing some good awareness of those blind versus blind spots. And he's up to 4.5 million with a well-timed move there. So Hadjikostas heads up versus Zacharakis, and the great flop for the button Hadjikostas. He's going to take a lead here, and a fairly unassailable one as well. Just a backdoor flush draw for his opponent. He's going to check back though. Quite an interesting move. His queen is by no means the best queen possible, and the opportunity of his opponent having a 9 is somewhat likely. The board just gets worse and worse for both players though, so Zacharakis not really going to be bluffing the ace all too often, and Hadjikostas, there's just not really much to get value from at this point. Pocket pairs may or may not be jamming pre-flop, or won't call anyway, so yeah, just going to show that one down with the queen 10 and take it home. Nothing really his opponent could do there in the form of bluffing. The ace seems such a natural card for him to have when he does check back flop and turn, so would be somewhat of a disaster, I would say. And as you can see at the bottom of the screen here, information on the warm-up event for the Benelux Masters is coming up on the 15th. 15k guarantee for 75 euros. Not a bad bang for your buck right there. So, Demosthenes. Ace-10 suited under the gun +2. Certainly want to be seeing an open here. And he obliges with 225k by the looks of it. 220. Vitaly on the button. Not much to do with the Queen 9 off. And over to the Norwegian in the big blind, Thorvaldsen. Jack 3. Don't think that one's going to cut it either. So a raising take there for Demo. Zacharakis 10-6 suited on the button. Opening into the chip leader. Might just be better off letting this one go, I would say. Thorvaldsen 9-8 off. Playing about 15 big blinds effective. Just moved up to the 120k big blind level. Ship leader Georgopoulos here, King 10. May just elect to go all in. The hand has good playability, but this limping range is pretty weak. But electing not to jam there, doesn't want to run into a trap, I guess. And he does keep in the hands that he dominates quite nicely by checking back, whereas isolating or jamming doesn't achieve so much. And Thorvaldsen coming out the gates with the bet of one big blind, with the 9-8, just trying to sort of lean on potentially having some kind of advantage on this board. He could definitely be limping some of the hands that connect with this as a trap. His opponent less likely to check back with those. And Georgopoulos pair plus gut shot just going to come along for the ride. So now Thorvaldsen turning a pair, and it does go check check. River 4 gives the check mark to Georgopoulos. And is going to find some value by the looks of it on the river. 425k to go. Not entirely sure what he's targeting here. Potentially some kind of queen. The 9x Thorvaldsen has. Trying to hide under the guise of a missed flush draw in some way. Pretty thin and quite an impressive bet for him to know exactly where he is for such a large portion of the pot size. And Thorvaldsen letting it go. I do suspect that this sizing may not have been called by much worse, but he's won the pot, so up to 10 million. So the first landmark of the final table there, as Leonidas moves and improves his chip lead to the good. So a pretty good start for him there, and certainly laying claim to the €30,000 top prize, with a nice value bet there on the river. Good understanding of the situation. Hadjikostas +2 ace-10, 6.7 million. Should have the chip leader in the small blind as well, which is always quite an attractive proposition for opening off of a short/medium stack. Just going to collide less with someone that can do a lot of damage to your stack in this kind of position. Makes it 275 to go. Zacharakis, King Jack of Spades on the cutoff. 2.8 million, certainly just going to be one to call, I think, for the most part. The shove potentially a little too aggressive versus such an early position, with other short stacks such as Torvaldsson there on the button in the mix. Ooh, and the chip leader and the small blind with pocket jacks. What a start for Leonidas Georgopoulos here. The man from Greece counting out a 3-bet. And the beauty of this spot is sometimes you do induce a lot of action because people are assuming that maybe you could be easily quite out of line here. Hadjikostas merely posturing here, not much that he's going to be able to bring to the table with just ace-10 off. He could be thinking of some kind of heroic 4-bet, but I just don't think that there's enough of a dynamic been built yet to move things so off the beaten track, let's say. And yeah, just going to get that one through, and I'm sure that he won't mind just taking that one down pre-flop. Another 800k to his stack. Variance free chips. As a chip leader, just looking to slowly build and slowly kind of force everyone out and gain even more of a stranglehold on the table, let's say. So I'm pretty sure he'll be happy to see that he doesn't get jammed on there. You know, maybe have to flip versus ace-king. Could be back in the middle of the pack. All good things for Georgopoulos. Soterio, not sure on the pronunciation there, but a very celebrity looking outfit there. Soteriui. Let's just call him Nikos, which is his first name. Back to the chip leader though, and is he picking up some cards? Yes, and that's something that is very much welcomed as the chip leader, who would probably be widing, I don't know, close to opening something close to 70% here on the button, having ace-10 way up in the range. Christoforos Christoforou in the small blind. So good they named him twice. He's going to come along with the peel. King 5 of hearts, which I think is a pretty decent candidate. Maybe 3-betting a little more polarized here. King 5 of hearts has some nice playability, especially versus a super wide range. And wow, look at this. Georgopoulos just continuing to smash the board nicely there. 10-7-3, backdoor hearts. 2 clubs, and he's got the ace of hearts with the 10 of clubs. So about as good as you can get for top pair, top kicker. And he's going to come out firing with a pretty large sizing here. 425. Looks like, yeah, it is 425, sorry. So just over half pot, sort of towards the 2/3 pot range. Looking to charge those pocket 8s, ace 7, king 7 suited, jack 10s, 10 9s. All of these hands. Potentially flush draws, 9-8 suited, jack 9 suited. Knows that the board will change rather rapidly going down the streets, and it's such the kind of hand that just wants to start charging worse hands now before that change does occur, which could mean a loss of value for him later on in the hand. So yeah, good awareness, nice sizing, and just continuing to add to that stack now, sitting around 11 million chips with no real danger in sight at the moment. But let's see how that progresses as we continue on the final table here. Apologies for that. Looked like we had some technical issues, but we are back and in the mix. Ben says Stasko. Whoa, dude, did you just say King 5 suited is a good call from small blind to a button open? Yes, I did, yeah. Especially in a situation where the chip leader is opening in a wider range than standard. So your comment about using a chart wouldn't be so relevant there because he's opening 70% range. Which a normal button I don't think would be. So yeah, these suited King X's play very nicely, and I think are almost too good to use in kind of like a polar 3-bet strategy, which is what you tend to be doing on a final table. So yeah, go and have a look at the charts and get back to me, mate, if that's how you want to do it. But poker is not black and white. There's much more factors to be considered, and it's creativity that certainly pays in the long run, especially in live poker where people are so off the beaten track, so wide, so all over the place in terms of what they're doing, how they're reacting, what hands they're playing, that creativity is something that pays. You might hear people discussing GTO plays at the live table, but it's good to know where to start from, but it's good to know how to deviate, and that's the most important thing when facing people that have not looked at this same outputs. Regardless, we move on, and Sherba there looks like he's going to get one through. That's always a nice, healthy pickup to the stack. Torvaldsen +1, King 8 suited, lovely hand, but just a bit too early on to consider V-pipping. And Dimos here, Demosthenos in the cutoff with around about 25 big blinds, just under 25 big blinds. Pocket sixes, going to be looking to open. Ooh, Nico here on the button, Soteriou. Has him dominated with the pocket sevens, just electing to call over 20 big blinds. And wow, look at this for a cut-off button small blind matchup. We've got sixes versus sevens versus kings. And Hadjikostas here in Planet Cuckoo Land, loving this spot. Just wondering how he can glean the most out of the situation. What sort of sizing does he go for? Something around the 1.2 million or one. You can go a bit smaller because of the stacks and just try and allow some room behind. Something around 1 million I think would do the job quite nicely here, considering both players are about 20 to 25 big blinds effective. 680k seems somewhat suspicious. Essentially a click back at this point, just a 2.7x 3-bet versus two players. I'm not sure what the history is of between the players at the table, but certainly could be some fireworks should Soteriou think that this is a little bit suspect, and he does. He rams it in with the back jam and runs into the goods there, just hoping to find some sort of ace-x blocker 3-bet bluff there that that he can maybe fold out. Asking for once or twice. King saying one time. Nico there hoping to do some business. Wow, what a flop that would have been had the pocket sixes stayed in. And now an open ender and a backdoor flush draw for Nico there. Ooh, the 10. It's going to need to be a 9, a 7 or a 4 for his dreams and hopes to stay alive. And it's a 5, so Hadjikostas claiming an early victim at the FT, and we are down to 7 with Soteriou being eliminated in 8th place for just above €3,000. Yeah, €3,320 for Nico Soteriou there. And now 4,600 guaranteed between the rest of the table, with the all-important 30,000 up top. Hadjikostas moving into a clear second place as Leonidas Georgopoulos, you could see there in seat 3 with the glasses on his head, and him now forge their way to the top. And it's just a question of keeping up with the pace for the rest of the players now. Can they manage to navigate their way through in an effective way without putting themselves at risk? And it's going to be difficult to do that if Georgopoulos does indeed continue to pick up such strong hands. We've seen him open Look down at ace 10, jacks, now the pocket kings. Is he really limping here as the chip leader? A rather bizarre strategy, seeing as he's so incentivized to just open and put pressure on the blinds, take down the pots, you know, widen that range somewhat. And Vitaly coming along with the king 3 suited. Ace jack in the big blind for Zacharakis. I beg my pardon. He checks back. Maybe a little bit suspect about this limp. Doesn't want to commit his whole stack. Not an awful lot of incentive to do so either. Great flop for the chip leader, Georgopoulos. 6, queen 3, rainbow. So Vitaly with the pair plus backdoor flush draw, facing this pretty chunky size. I think he might just fold, you know. Not an awful lot of playability. He is kind of like a middling to shortish stack now, so calling here would mean, you know, you have to think ahead. And if he turns a diamond and your opponent just bombs it again, it's still not an amazing spot, you know. And we also knew that if he did turn the king, it would have been the end of his run here, as Georgopoulos is kind enough to show the pocket kings. And as you can see, as previously mentioned, Georgopoulos and Hadjikostas top of the leaderboard, 97 and 78 big blinds. So that 175 bigs is looking like over half the chips in play. The rest of the players have about 130 between them. So a little bit of a lopsided 7-handed lineup here, and Georgopoulos just finding the premium hand after premium hand. Dreamworld as a chip leader, as mentioned previously, going to be really incentivized just to play so many hands and try and put people under pressure. But easy to do that when you're getting top 5% holdings. Sherber here, ace-8 suited, has the button, and I think, if I remember correctly, 2 shortish stacks behind. What is he looking to do here? Is he going to go with the 3-bet? Or would he go for a peel? I quite like peel. I think our 3-betting range wants to be a little bit more polarized here than ace-8 suited. Just using the offsuit ace might be a little bit nicer. Your opponent isn't going to defend all that much in these kind of situations. They're Torvaldsen here with king queen. Looks like he's in some kind of pain, but I don't think it's genuine discomfort, more of a kind of trivial folding situation. Does let it go. And Georgopoulos here asking a couple of questions, but not a particularly comfortable spot for the pocket nines. Does call. And if you're Vitaly here, you're thinking, what's he going to continue with at this point? This calling range is, I think, quite well defined to some small medium pairs, suited broadways. I think a lot of the offsuit stuff is just going to fold. I think he's going to respect this 3-bet quite a lot based on the positions. So Vitaly here, I think, has a decent advantage on this board with all of the overpairs. I don't think his opponent is going to flat the 3-bet with deuces or fours or even open those like 100% of the time. So could be a good one to bet and try and get hands like ace 10, ace 9, ace jack suited to fold. Ace queen offsuit would be in there as well, potentially. So some efficiency in betting, checking back now, trying to realize his equity somewhat. We see a 7 of diamonds on the river, bringing the backdoor flush draw. Vitaly now looking like 400k and gets a pretty quick call from Georgopoulos. No real reason to raise or fold, of course, so potentially signaling his hand strength there somewhat. And $2.5 million in there, and Georgopoulos just continuing to run nice and hot. It looks like he wants to lead for about 1.5 million there, 2/3 pot or so, 60%. It's about half of Italy's stack. Going to be difficult to think that this could be a bluff. I'm not sure what would be bluffing in this situation. Backdoor diamonds getting there. Does he just start leading with a hand like ace-5 suited here, you know, trying to represent this backdoor draw coming in? Tough to say. What other hands can be in there that called the turn out of position that now want to just lead the river as a bluff? Again, tough to say. So I think a good decision there. Just lets that one go. Doesn't get sucked into doing anything too silly. And the chip leader just continuing to ramp up the heat on his opponents here. 13 million. What a start to the final table for Georgopoulos. And as you can see, that hit to the Ukrainian player Vitaly there in seat 8, down to 27 bigs. Very much in the pack now with Zacharakis, Demosthenos and Christoforou, with Thorvaldsson propping up the table on those 12 big blinds and very much in the danger zone. Demosthenos. Hello, mister. Welcome to the final table. Pocket aces under the gun 1 facing a raise. What do we do? Are we calling? Are we 3-betting non all in? Are we just saying to hell with you? Let's play for the lot right now. I don't think your under the gun raise is so weak. I just want to get the money in now. I'm not saying that's the best play. I think a mixture of flatting and small 3-betting is probably going to be better, and on a final table with significant ICM, I think you want to take the more aggressive route that reduces the variance that you incur. The issue with flatting aces here is potentially allowing the chip leader and the big blind to come in with a very wide range that can make your life fairly hellish on boards where you have not a lot of coverage, you know, some kind of low connected board where there's a straight possible and all of a sudden the big blinds leading into you and wanting to play for it all by the river could cause issues. So I think a wise 3-bet. And look at this, Zacharakis with the jacks on the button, and if there's ever a time to get away, is it facing an under the gun open from a medium stack and a short stack 3-bet non all in, 7-handed, playing for 30,000 up top. And without sounding too ageist, with the player being above 50 years of age, some kind of indicator towards the likelihood of value in the range, I would say. Lots to mull over here for Zacharakis. He can't really get the money in that great, and that's the problem for him there. Shaking of the head, thinking, what on earth was that spot? But all he's hoping to do there is ram it in and run into ace king. It's almost obvious that Demosthenes here is not going to find a fold, or wouldn't have many 3-bet folds in this kind of situation. It's just so tough to find bluffs. Early position versus early position. Cristoforo here is probably one of the worst hands that he would open under the gun, so not really much to think about, but he's often got a pretty strong hand himself. He's opening into the chip leader himself. So no real reason for Demosthenes to be out of line with the 3-bet here, and just a fantastic laydown by Zacharakis on the button there with the pocket jacks. He's going to see that one on stream later and feel quite proud of himself for just being able to get away there and not get suckered into thinking, right, well, you know, maybe it gets through, maybe I run into ace king. You know, too many maybes in the equation for pocket jacks in that specific situation. And you don't want to be dealing with maybes when you're on a final table with huge pay jumps, huge ICM ladders, and yeah, those jacks just sort of shriveling in value, facing the action there. And a wise move to get away. Had he peeled, I was just saying that the peeling not so attractive on an FT because you invite variance, but having said that, you do invite hands like jacks to enter the fray that may otherwise be frozen out due to the strength of your 3-bet. Hadjikostis now, +1, also a great start from him. Him and Leonidas Georgopoulos there in seat 3, looking over with interest, have kind of motored on past the rest of the pack into a clear first and second. And I'll be very interested to see how these guys approach these kind of situations moving forward. Continuing just to put the pressure on, but both of them are getting pretty decent holdings, you know. Ace King for Hadjikostis, about as good as it gets, just taking that one down. And these middling stacks here, Sherba in seat 8. You've also got Zacharakis in seat 1, Demosthenes as well. All of these guys sort of hovering around now, and with this kind of big blind ante, 7-handed, it could get quite serious quite quickly. Outs and just folding the 10-8 suited there, getting sort of into the 12 big blind range. Not a snap fold, I would say. Kind of close in chip EV, I guess. Not looking to take that here. And one of these spots you see happening live quite a lot that just it's not a very sensical play for me, nonsensical in some ways. The min plus raise, blind versus blind from the small blind, just What are we really achieving here? What are we trying to get to fold? Okay, the 7 deuces, the deuce 3 offs, the 4 deuce offs, the 8 threes, the 8 twos out of the way, but just going to be left with sort of a 95% continuing range, bloating the pot with a hand like a6, not very playable here. Might just be better off limping, protecting that limping range, having some coverage on the ace high boards later on, and instead here we are just kind of guessing now with our 6 of hearts. Turning a gut shot as well. I think facing the flop check back, you can go either way here. Checking fine, betting fine. Maybe looking to put some pressure on some hands like 3x that could be in there that may not be able to hack the heat. But due to the weakness of our heart, I don't mind the check call option either. Again, we've already built this pot unnecessarily pre-flop. And the reason I'd say unnecessarily is because we're not really generating much fold equity pre. We could definitely go with the 3.5x pre and sort of hope for the best. But this option making things tricky as the queen rolls off on the river. And Christophorou with the best hand. But is Demosthenes here going to give up? If he wants any chance at winning the pot, he's going to need to find some kind of bet. The question being what is representing specifically on the queen river. Value after betting the 7 shrinking somewhat to hands like 7-4 suited, 7-3 suited, 6-5 offsuit or suited he could have. Does he really go for value with a hand like King 7 here for this kind of half pot sizing? And Christophorou is going to let that one go without much deliberation, and a nice move there from Demosthenes, picking up on a little bit of weakness in that double check line from his opponent, and a nice well-timed bluff takes it down. Demosthenes here, Queen 5 suited, small blind. Limping in and receiving a check back from his opponent. Certainly a lot of positives to finding a bet here for Hadjikostas. That king, the 4 has a great kicker in the king. You can get called by worse 4x. Lots of potential continues in the form of gut shots, worse 4x, 3x, maybe some ace highs, maybe some sticky king highs with a backdoor. Does just get the fold there. Demosthenes with the hearts, seeing a club diamond spade on the flop. Not really anything to work with on a lot of turn cards, so just letting that one go. Torvaldsen +1, 10-9 suited, needs to find something quite soon. Going to be going through the big blind plus big blind ante very shortly. So dangerous times for the Norwegian there. As Georgopoulos continues to lean and assert his dominance on the final table here. Queen 9 offsuit, very wide open for the most part, but for a chip leader on the final table with this kind of stack distribution, becoming actually quite a favourable hand to look down at for him. So nicely done there. Hadjikostas not really incentivized to tangle with this opponent out of position. 8-7 suited. Maybe one he elects to peel. I don't really see too many benefits in 3-betting this particular type of hand out of position, but I see some potential plus sides for the peel. Your third player here, Vitaly, unlikely to squeeze that often. But, however, facing hijack open small blind peel, the small blind in particular, never really going to be showing up with much here. And what do you know? You've got the hijack player being the chip leader who's going to be opening very wide. Do we find the jam with the queen jack? Vitaly just elects to call. His hand is super playable, 3 ways. Can be dominating his opponents, and is. Queen high board would be a great one for him. 10-3-3. Lots of backdoors for both the small blind and big blind in the form of backdoor flush draw and backdoor straight draws. Georgopoulos here, seeing a dry board with the 3-3 not really interacting with anyone. Vitaly's overcall here, just of note, should be pretty tight when he's just not really incentivized to play these pots out of position. He's not really going to have much off-suited stuff here, and he's certainly going to not have much 3x in that range either. So, from his perspective, not going to hit this one as much as, let's say, a normal big blind overcall range would, just due to that ICM. But regardless here, what does he do on the 10-3-3 with his opponent betting 3 ways? He's got 2 clean overs, the backdoor flush draw. Small thing that he's blocking queen 3 and jack 3 suited. I'm not sure if Georgopoulos is going to be opening that wide. I don't see why he wouldn't be, but it's not something that you see so often on these slightly lower buy-in final tables. And especially when the second person in chips or closest stack to him was in the small blind, it's just a great spot there to basically open the deck. Anything that's somewhat playable. Hadjikostas on the button here with the offsuit ace. Just going to be min raising this one, I think. And Zacharakis 8-6 off on a final table out of position with a 12 big blind stack about to go through the big blind and ante. No real incentive to be playing the 8-6 off. Just gets out the way as he should be. Nicely done. So a Jack 10 suited open from our chip leader. Hadjikostas looks interested on the button, in the cutoff here. With King Jack off. I think a hand that usually would play somewhat poorly versus an under the gun open, but with this particular dynamic could be incentivized to flat. Another problem for him is that he kind of wants to incentivize the confrontation between the chip leader and the shortest stack, Thorvaldsen there. So folding allows Thorvaldsen to potentially defend the big blind and bust some percentage of the time, which would allow him to realize the next pay jump without risking anything. Queens for Christoforou. And he's going to run into the ace-king of Hadjikostas. Look at this. Both chip leaders just continuing to run the show in terms of the pre-flop hand distribution. And look at those short stacks there. Interested to see what's going to be developing. And for Zacharakis and Thorvaldsen, this is going to be a great spot, because they're going to see Hadjikostas in there. And Christoforou at risk, so the chance for a ladder incoming for everyone else at the table apart from Christoforou, who will be all in a matter of moments, I would say. Not really much else to do here. I think flatting would be a little bit too passive. Just allowing all the bluffing parts of your opponent's range to realize 3 outs. You know, these like King 9 suited, Ace 5 suited, Ace 4 suited, Ace 8 suited, these kind of hands. You don't want to really let them see 3 cuts. Hadjikostas here, it's sort of all ifs and ahs, but what's the plan? If we're not calling the 4-bet jam here, why 3-bet? Should be clearly defined in your strategy here, like you're 3-betting this for value to call off, and you're 3-betting this as a bluff. Which is why you're kind of less incentivized to 3-bet hands like King Jack suited, King Queen suited, Ace Jack suited. You know, these kind of like strong middling hands that still have decent equity versus a pushing range, and you kind of don't know what to do anymore. So Ace King is gonna almost certainly be good value here, and you can still be up against hands like Ace Queen suited from time to time. Granted, it's going to mostly be Queens, Jacks and 10s, or the same hand. Just continuing to mull over the options for Hadjikostas. Wow, and he just folds. Incredible scenes. 3-bet folding ace-king versus a 30 big blind stack. And Christopher there getting away with murder, just picking up those chips variance free. Hadjikostas straight back in the mix after 3-bet folding the ace-king in the last hand. With a raise to 275k, nothing really playable from his opponents so far. Torvaldsen there of note now down to 9 big blinds, very much in the danger zone. Pocket sixes there for Hadjikostas, fair enough. Georgopoulos in the small blind here. Mulling his options over with the pocket twos. Can't really go too far wrong with this kind of hand. And whoa, a very optimistic overcall here from Christoforou. He's got no business to be in the pot here with 7-5 off versus the 2 chip leaders. Just really asking for trouble, I would say. 10-10-8. A very neutral board all around. Lots of these opponents are going to have a decent amount of 10x in their range. And Hadjikostas deciding that this one's a decent option to just go for a quarter pot, sort of ruffle a few feathers, see what's out there. Georgopoulos here with the player behind and the pocket twos. Only 2 outs to improve. Some chance of his opponent there having a 10 or an 8 or some kind of jack 9 continue, which makes his life difficult. And a well-timed c-bet there from Hadjikostas just takes the pot down, and those chips that he lost in the 3-bet pot, or the 4-bet pot I should say, ace-king versus queens last time around, slowly clawing back. aces for Hadjikostas opening under the gun here. Into Demosthenes in the big blind, who playing this just over 20 big blinds, or just under 30 I should say. Really not looking to hit a queen from his perspective. He may be thinking it now, but could be danger facing that nutted holding of his opponent here. Aces under the gun as second in chips. Doesn't really get much better than that. 9-8 deuce here. Not really posing too many issues, especially holding the ace of spades. Just going to be looking to go for some kind of smallish, maybe middling sizing. I like to go more of the middling route. It is a board that has a lot of interactivity on both ends, you know. At the top ends, the jack tens, the queen jacks, with or without the spade. At the bottom end, 6 sevens, 10 sevens. And then the pairs, lots of 9x and 8x. And even the ace queen of diamonds here, without the back door, just electing to come along for one more. 7 on the turn may slow things down. All of a sudden some 6-5s, some jack 10s, some 8-7s, some 9-7s in your opponent's range in the big blind entering the fray. So some small cause for concern to Hadjikostas now. Also considering that lots of players on these types of final tables aren't really check raising at all without value, so those hands that you consider that have improved may have been some kind of check raise candidate on the flop, but wow, and Hadjikostas just ripping it in for absolutely mountains here. 9.3 into about 2 million. Or 1.7 actually. Which is almost a 2x pot jam. And Demosthenes there just not really sure what his opponent was up to, but electing to lay it down in a smart move. He was in fact drawing completely dead. Looks like blinds may well be up to 81-60k. Torvaldsen now. Still not picking much up. And Georgopoulos here. Ace-3 offsuit in the cutoff. Makes it 320. Looks like we have indeed hit that 160k big blind. Hadjikostas here with the offsuit queen 5, just letting it go, and Leonidas continuing to build his chip lead there in seat 3, stacking a real tower of chips and not seeing really many threats to his chances at right now. Seems to know exactly what he's doing. I did see him on a couple of cash game tables in the week. Maybe on the wrong end of a few beers, but certainly seemed to know what he was talking about. And all in all was pretty good value. And a good laugh. Zacharakis, again, just head in hands, a little bit card dead. Unfortunately for him. And here goes Thorvaldsen here with ace-2 offsuit. Jeez. Under the gun 1-7. And a pretty loose shove. Potentially the product of being worried about hitting that big blind / big blind ante in 2 hands time. But importantly, getting it through and a much needed boost to his stack. Demosthenes here, pocket 3s in the cutoff. Does have a rather large stack to deal with here, out of position on the button. Looks like he quite fancies the option of opening though. At the 160k big blind level, starting to get a bit tricky for him. 18 big blinds or so. Maybe better off served with slightly better blockers at this stage of a final table. Zacharakis here, pocket 8s. Only one option for me. Be looking for the all-in triangle, please dealer, and there it is. That's the shove, and here's the tricky situation for Demosthenes here. Look, he's opened 2 big blinds. His opponent has shoved under 11, so it's 9 to win a pot of about 21 big blinds. Is he going to make the call? I would wager not. I think there's much better hands in his range to defend here, and 3s being one of the worst ones versus his opponent that's going to have all the pairs. Lots of pretty decent, suited, strong, high card holdings as well. A range of hands which has a very significant advantage in needing to call off 9 big blinds into a pot of around 22-23, just not quite getting the percentage there that's required. And also with things like ICM, they would be basically swapping positions at that stage if he were to lose. So just too many downsides to losing that one to make the thin call with the 3s there. And a wise move to just get out the way as Zacharakis picks up a nice little pot, much needed as well. Him and Thorvaldsen, though, still the 2 shortest stacks at the table. Georgopoulos king 4 off there. Slightly too wide, I would say. I think he could certainly consider opening king 4 suited, but offsuit just a few too many combos there, and I don't think his opponents are going to necessarily take advantage of that, but certainly just going to be a little bit too ambitious with 6 players behind with the unknown ranges. Christoforou electing to take initiative though. Pocket 6s, under the gun 1. Looks like it's going to get round to the big blind. Torvaldsen here, the only Scandinavian at the table, and we don't quite see his hand, but didn't look remotely interested, so he's back again down in the danger zone. About 7.5 big blinds now. These big blind ante and big blind getting rather expensive, and unless you are moving, easy to get swallowed up. Christoforou under the gun, just opening it up here, and Hadjikostas the hijack with a pretty decent hand to consider 3-bet bluffing with. We've seen Christoforou actually be fairly active in terms of the hands that he's opening. Maybe a little bit too loose, I would say. Lots of the low pocket pairs and also a queen 10 suited. Just not really showing respect to his position in chips, and Hadjikostas there, I wouldn't call it a blunder, but certainly an indicator that he would be on the more passive and unlikely to get too out of line kind of side. Also 3-bet folding the ace king for sub 30 big blinds versus the same opponent, potentially scared that it's just going to get it ripped in on him again, but ace 5 suited having some decent removal to that 4-bet jamming range, so could have been a nice one to attack with. We can see that Christoforou here did have the pocket 5s anyway, and Georgopoulos, the very playable ace 9 of diamonds in the big blind. Interested to see what sort of size Christoforou is going to use here, if he does bet at all. I would imagine something like 20 to 25% pot would be ideal, looking like a lot of chips going in there for this stage of a tournament. Just no real need to be firing over half pot here with the 5-5, and as I say that, he does get the call out of the ace high anyway, so working in that sense, the 8 potentially going to be slowing things down. The thing with betting so big now is that you're just petrified that your opponent is going to be only continuing with the 10, because what else can they call for that size? And it goes check check, and I think we're going to see a way for Georgopoulos to win the hand here if he can figure out that what sort of holding is my opponent going to want to bet so big for protection on the flop. Is it going to be better ace-x and sort of low to mid pairs? But he does go for the check anyway. Queen on the river, and it's going to go check check, and he's going to show the ace-9 like it's the nuts here, but he's only really beating a hand like king-jack at this point. So might be a better one to turn into a bluff there, when just thinking about that under the gun range and what your opponent's likely to be holding. Less worse ace-x, and just more strength in general. Hadjikostas here, +1, King 9 suited, easy open. Whoa. Looks like those cards hit the muck quite quickly. Just one thing to note here, Hadjikostas not really seeming to take advantage of his position in chips. A couple of fairly clear or more intuitive spots to be taken there that he just let go. So we've seen Georgopoulos not really be aligned with that kind of strategy, and I think that should give Leonidas here, as you can see in seat 3, the advantage going forward. Fortune favours the brave, I would say. But you got to pick your spots, and here we see a min raise from Zacharakis, opening it up to the 2x on the 160 big blind level. And Georgopoulos here going to be going for what I imagine will be a 3-bet fold, some kind of 825. You know what? I actually really like this. I think that this is putting a lot of pressure on some hands like Ace-10-0, some of the weaker pairs, even clearing out some suited ace-x that just can't really peel at this stage. It's kind of leveraging his opponent into all-in or fold. His opponent does shove, and 2.2 million, that's going to be 1.4 to call. Just not going to be getting the price versus this 4-betting range. I think it's going to be really heavy. Something like 10s plus. Maybe an ace-jack suited makes it in there. Ace-queen off, definitely. Ace-king off. And again, the beauty of the click is that if he does have some sort of peeling range, it is going to be hands like king-jack suited, king-10 suited, queen-jack suited, queen-10 suited, potentially. Just getting such a great price in position, but facing the 4-bet jam, has to know that he's not going to be in the best of shape here. And again, just kind of not really seeming to have a clear plan or a clear direction pre-flop, just kind of chucking a small 3-bet out there and hoping for the best. There were some hints towards the sizing being sized such that he knew what was going on, making a size that allows his opponent to consider fold equity with a 4-bet jam, which means that a balanced sizing there would be the best way to go. But he ends up just 3-bet calling it off here, and all of a sudden, from what was starting as a lovely, easy road to the top, the start of the final table for Georgopoulos, now the misstep running the king-queen into the king-king with the chance to get away, created by himself with the small 3-bet sizing, but Zacharakis pouncing all over the top of that and putting himself into a great position to clinch a double up here, which is 4.8 million chips. You know, the best part of 30 big blinds in the middle here. Very crucial at any stage of a tournament, but especially on a final table. Ooh, queen on the turn, and Zacharakis just can't even look. As it's not only the queen, but I've just noticed it's the queen of clubs, giving his opponent a flush draw as well as one pair. Holy moly. Ace of diamonds on the river. Zacharakis with a couple of jubilant high fives with the rail. As one guy's asking him there, what did you want for your food order? Shall I get you the burger? And after a sweaty turn card, he does hold it up. And Leonidas Georgopoulos there, all smiles. Despite the dent to his stack, still very healthy. Still, I believe, has the toolkit to take this tournament down. Just potentially needs a little bit more patience in those kind of situations where he faces the super strong aggression from his the aggression from the opponents that he's going to find is going to be for a reason, and I would say that it's going to correlate directly with the hand strength as opposed to anything else. Unlikely to see people do too much about the knowledge that a chip leader is playing a lot of hands at this kind of level, I would say. Certainly the players are aware of that, but it's a completely different question to be aware of something and then to take action on it on a streamed final table playing for 30,000 euros. So Vitaly here. He's been quite quiet the last level or so. Not really had an awful lot to work with. Had that kind of middling queen jack suited spot. Could have jammed pre. Could have found a check raise on the flop or even a check call. Just ended up losing some chips there and just hasn't really had much to be able to get in the middle with. He's got the big stack 2 to his left and also 3 to his left and also another one on his direct right, so somewhat caged, but navigating to the best of his ability, and I'm sure that we'll be seeing much more from him in the next couple of hours. Christoforou with the ace jack in the small blind may just elect to peel here. And Demosthenos, I think, would be best off just getting out the way. That ace, as you can see here, even in this situation, but also in general, going to be heavily dominated by both ranges. Not really incentivized to enter the pot. He does still have Thorvaldsen short in seat 2 there. Does elect to call. And as you can see, with the worst of the equity, 23%. And Vitaly here could be a sort of mini cooler versus Christoforou, who's got a ace-jack on king-jack 5 rainbow. Fairly strong himself. Sherba, though, rainbow board. No backdoor flush draw for him. Facing both of the blinds, so in position guaranteed for the whole hand. What sizing does he go for? I'd like to see something around the 275k mark. Goes 435, pretty big size. Unsure whether we need to have such a big sizing considering the ICM, considering that our range is going to have kings, jacks, aces, ace-king, and our opponents just really aren't, so not really much to glean value from when going so big, kind of freezing out any hands worse than Jack X instantly. Deuce of hearts on the turn, just the brickiest brick going, and a beautiful sight for him. So he has set up the 1 SPR on the turn. Does he just elect to jam here? I mean, it's still fully rainbow. And I think, as you can see here, starting to realize his flop size was maybe a little bit chunky. And he's not really left much room for anything apart from a jam. The jam targeting a hands like King Queen, King 10, King 9 suited. And I don't think he's checked back here. Yeah, he's just shoved. And Christoforu. As we said, the man named so good. The man so good they named him twice. In the small blind with a tough decision here. Not so tough actually holding the ace. Maybe a bit tougher with a hand like Jack 9 suited that kind of unblocks these ace queens, these ace 10s that might just be going crazy here. Christopher now has the exact count in front of him, doing the classic, counting the rest of the chips, trying to decide whether he deems it to be a worthwhile call or not. Wow, and he looks him up, drawing to the jack and the jack only. The fully rainbow board, and still finding the call. Putting his opponent on some kind of Queen 10 suited, Ace Queen, Ace 10, who knows, but he's called. And wow, going to a river here, and Vitaly Sherba, the local player hailing from Ukraine, who has had so much success in these tournaments over the past few months, and indeed across the 2020-22. Securing a huge one there, and getting a little wink from the chip leader Leonidas, who might be starting to realize that he's got some competition now, and Vitaly no slouch, a great player, knows what he's doing. Certainly someone that's doing some studying off the tables, and that's paying dividends in the softer lineups that you see here at the Bangkok Casino. And here we go, cumulative winnings from the final table. Hadjikostas up there, Zacharakis, he got that big double up with the kings versus king queen. Hadjikostas had kings and aces himself. And chip counts, we see now Hadjikostas and Georgopoulos up the top with 64 big blinds each. Now the middle of the pack being Sherba and Zacharakis with 34 and 29. And the danger zone being Christoforu, Demosthenos and Torvaldsson now really struggling with 6 bigs. Lol bad call, says Georgios. Yeah, let's say optimistic, shall we? But tough to think really on the full rainbow board what his opponent could be bluffing with there, with the absence of the flush draw even. Vitalino messing about, straight in the action again with the pocket sixes opening into Hadjikostas, who despite his chip lead has certainly looked somewhat reluctant to enter the pot on multiple occasions. Does eventually find a call here with the 8-5 suited, going to a flop now with just under 1 million chips in the middle. And Jack 10-9, about as connected and wet as you can get in Texas Hold'em. Hadjikostas with, let's say, the fool's end of the open ender, the bottom end. Sherba here with not really much board interaction, not even a spade in his hand, but he does elect to go for just a very small sizing, 250k. I'm not sure if I'm necessarily a fan of the range bet on this board, which is what I'm guessing his strategy is if he's electing to bet sixes without a spade. His opponent now, Hadjikostas, improving to actually one of the better straights for him. Is much better than the queen. The queen would mean some of his straights are dominated by the king high straight, but this one you can feel fairly comfortable. And what's the plan here for Vitaly? Going to elect to go with the double barrel. 500 into 1.4 now, just hoping to pressure some kind of hand, but I mean, he's actually blocking some of the hands that might consider folding at this point, you know. It's going to be hands like 10-6 of diamonds or 10-6 of clubs. Potentially the same with Jack-6 as well. And he does get another call, and we are going to the 8 on the river. How does he find the chop? Wow, wow, we were. What a run out. And in fact, if he finds a bet now, holding all of these ace-queens, king-queens, his opponent stripped of a lot of queen-x now. And he would be able to win the pot out of absolutely nowhere. And on no other river, apart from maybe, let's say, a card like the Queen of Spades or the King of Spades, would he have a chance to take it down. And he is going to find another barrel here. Just going to go with 1 million, 250 on the flop, 500 on the turn, and 1 milli on the river. Double, double, double. Toil and trouble now for Hadjikostas, who was feeling pretty decent about his straight on the turn, but he's playing the board now, and there is a potential flush out there. His opponent has opened under the gun and bet all 3 streets, unperturbed by his resistance. Alarm bells would be ringing for me, and I can see that Vitaly's got pocket sixes, so Imagine sitting on the table there looking at an under-the-gun opponent who's just happy to blast off 3 into you on this kind of board. A nervous smile there from Vitaly as there's a little bit of table talk exchanged. And can the man with the pierced nose ring find a call for only half the pot? Hadjikostas not really sure what the thought process is at this point. It's kind of a tricky one because you know you're only calling for half and the only chance to win the pot would be some kind of check raise. From his tendencies so far, I don't believe he's the type of player to find such a raise. And looks like he's just feeling a bit hard done by that his straight now has disintegrated into dust. Does get out the way. And do we see the show from the Ukrainian in the flamboyant jackets? Need to ask him where he got that one, actually. I could be picking one up for myself. And the triple barrel looking a little bit lost at sea, I would say, on the turn. Finds a way of making it work with just a perfect run out for bluffing. And still 7 heads remain at the Greek Champions tournament here on show at the Banco Casino. Many big events of late on our screens for you. As you could see, SpadePoker.tv/en for the English version of Spade Poker with poker news, TV, strategy articles, and even interviews as well with the likes of yours truly. So if you fancy having a read or you've got literally nothing else better to do, head over there. Hello Alex, thanks for hopping in the comments, mate. There have been not so much energy in the chat, so guys, if you are tuning in, do let us know who you are, where you come from. Where did you come from, where did you go? Let us know. Can be a rather lonely endeavour otherwise. But getting to the business end of the Greek Poker Champions main event here, 30,000 and change for the winner. And Thorvaldsen cannot wait anymore. 6 big blinds under the gun, ace-9 off. Fair enough, really. And Christoforou, he's had a decent splash of card distribution in his favour. Managed to somehow get the 4-bet jam for sub 30 big blinds through with queens versus the ace-king. And now facing this shove from Thorvaldsen with pocket jacks. Does he elect to jam? Does he elect to just call? He wants to jam. Yeah, I don't mind that. He's got sub 20 big blinds, so I don't think there's any sort of like calling the all-in and then folding to the rejam behind kind of thing going on here. Just looking to take it down, or even potentially push out hands like, you know, king-queen suited, ace-queen offsuits behind that could have some kind of decent equity versus his holding. Jack and a 9 folded there from Zacharakis in the big blind. So ace-9 going to the flop versus pocket jacks, and the mission is simple for the Norwegian. An ace required, or potentially falling back on the 4 club or 4 diamond runouts. And wow, we were set for Kristoforu. Thorvaldsen with 1 out. We can see 3 10s have been folded by the other 5 opponents. So the 10 of spades only to keep Thorvaldsen in contention, and it's not going to be. It's going to be the 4 of clubs that's going to secure the knockout for Kristoforu. And Thorvaldsen eliminated and hitting the rail, and not really an awful lot he could have done there. Did in fact come into the final table short on chips without much hope, and didn't really pick up the hands required to kind of bail himself out of that situation. Just had some very niggly spots, and in the end did quite well to make a pay jump. So he goes home with 4.6k. Not a bad week's work for the €175 buy-in. As we can see, Amestia tuning in from Vienna and busted a solid 3 bullets in this one with the poo emoji. It could be worse. It could be worse, my friend. I once did 10 bullets in the Banco Masters for no cash, and yeah, I relate with the feeling. It feels like pulling your hair out somewhat. But we have many more opportunities to come up here at Banco Casino with a revamped Banco Casino Masters 250k guarantee coming up. Also the festival in October with the €550 main event, which will be the biggest prize pool ever guaranteed in Slovakia. 500k guaranteed main event. Going to be here for that one. Any live stream cash games planned? Good question, actually. It's something that we should, I think, look into a little bit more. I would say that on the balance of things, tournaments are much more attractive to the viewer, because usually you'd be playing for more significant amounts of money. So here we've got a 30,000 top prize. Whereas in the cash games, you know, like the daily cash game is going to be something around €1.03 or 2.5 is kind of one of the bigger games that runs, and then the 5.5 PLO, I don't think some of the players would want to stream that. So it can be tricky with to get a good game streamed that's with players that would want to show their whole cards. And Georgios Key with potentially somewhat of a cheeky question in, was it a tough field? I think we could safely say no on that one. One of the great reasons to come to Bratislava for these events, and as you can see, 150 Greek and Cypriot players made it over this week for their event, the Greek Poker Champions event here, and the cash game tables, and in some ways the energy in the room has been brimming all week from that. So it's been great to have these guys in town, and a couple of also making a deep run in the main event, as you can see. Chip leader Leonidas Georgopoulos being one of those guys. I played a little bit of 1-3 with the other night whilst I was waiting for my friend in the 550 event, and he was good fun, and certainly on the wrong end of a few lagers, but good value nonetheless. Anastasia Sugulitsis says Athena ? Not sure what the reference is there. Demosthenos finding himself with the Bratislava nuts, I call them, the pocket nines. Just don't really seem to lose all ins. Sherba here, King Jack off, not going to be doing well enough with still 3 ranges to contend with behind. Zacharakis as well. And Georgopoulos now. Yeah, I could have guessed that, but what being the relevance of Athens? Aside from being a Greek capital. Georgopoulos getting out the way as well. Christoforo, no business to be calling it off with the Jack 4 suited, so should be a little pick-up there for Demosthenos. So 6 players remaining, and payouts wise, we'll just get those ones for you quite shortly. Yeah, I know what you meant, buddy. What's so harsh about it? Just wondering what Athena question mark would mean. Let us know. So Queen 7 off on the button here for Georgopoulos. Opening into Christoforo there in the small, and second in chips. Oh no, you've got Demosthenos in the way as well, and he's got Ace Jack versus the chip leader button open. One move here, and I think he should be shipping it in. Super strong hand to be facing. Chip leader open on the button with nice jam from Demosthenos and just getting the snap fold. Georgios Key, yeah, I mean, I've commentated on so many of these final tables, and I'm of the opinion that there is still a lot of value to be had in the live tournaments. The only issue being, obviously, the hourly rate can be quite somewhat low due to the long structures and the lower buy-ins, but there is definitely money to be made in tournaments such as these, and good ROIs to be had nonetheless. Even in the 550 event, the high roller side event, that got over 100 runners, and I would say 70% were recreationals, 10% were decent regs, and then 20% would be in that kind of, middling kind of range. Not really much to be worried about, but certainly know what they're doing. Demosthenes in the small blind here, facing this cut-off open from Georgopoulos. No business to be in there with the 10-9. He gets out the way, and Hagikostas. We've seen some slightly passive tendencies from. Not going to be defending the Jack-5 off. So Georgopoulos there, slight misstep with the King-Queen versus Zacharakis, gifting him a bit of a double up with the opportunity to get away, but making a nice comeback here and widening his range a little bit. And you'll see there that is represented in the VPIPs. Voluntary put in pot, that means. Pre-flop raise stats as well. Sherba, Zacharakis towards the bottom of that. But, you know, understandable as well. Both players are kind of hemmed in between the two biggest stacks. Christopher now in the cutoff, ace-9 suited, 25 big blinds. Going to be a fairly standard or mandatory open. Makes it 410. And that one's just going to get through by the looks of it. Nothing playable from his opponents. King 4 suited, Georgopoulos there not electing to open it. I think even six-handed there could have been a candidate. Not really receiving too much resistance as the chip leader from what we've seen. People have just tended to have a good hand whenever they've attacked him with something, so obviously he's not going to know the showdowns yet or know what people have got in all of these scenarios, so we might see him adjust after the break if he does get that information. Zacharakis here, King 10 suited, facing this Christoforou hijack open with the ace-7 off. Certainly on the wider side, but I think for decent reason. He's seen a couple of players potentially not battle as much as they should be doing, and feels like he's going to take the initiative instead. And I always respect players that understand how we get back to that point in a second, but how about this for a flop? Ace, ace, ace. And Christoforou with the ace-7 off suit. Holy moly, what a flop. A rather clunky sort of 40%, 36% sizing, but it's still going to get value from the king high. In my opinion, doesn't need to be anywhere near that big, but Christoforou now probably going to bet one more time, just from the way we've seen him play. Seems to be very much a sort of foot on the gas kind of player. Floorman! Bonus! Feature table. We got the high hand. So 400k into 1.1 on the flop, 600 now into 1.9 on the turn. So a slight downsize in relation to the pot. And Zacharakis here could be reading all sorts of wrong signals into this sizing. And if I were him, I can completely understand where he's coming from. The sort of sloppy flop bet that's been called now a downsize, not reeking of strength to me, to be honest. Although we can see he does have the quad aces. Do we see a call from Zacharakis here? Nice, he does manage to get away there and doesn't, well, manages to stop himself from doing anything too silly. I think you're going to see the ace shown here, yeah. I don't blame him. Always good for morale. So chip counts, Georgopoulos and Hadjikostas there, 61 and 51, Sherba 44, Christoforou 34, Zacharakis 21 and 16, Demosthenos. So a pretty reasonable average stack size, I would say, at this stage, somewhere between 35 and 30 and 35 bigs, which offers the players a decent amount of play. Hadjikostas here in this cut-off, King 9 suited. Should be seeing him open that one up. Makes it 425, a little bit chunky, I would say, pre-flop. Folding round to Georgopoulos in the big blind, 10 deuce off versus the size up. Yep, just going to be getting out of there. Zacharakis on the button, ace-5 off. I'm sure he'll just be hoping for a couple of folds more than anything else. The playability of this hand is rather limited, but holding that ace, having good removal and blocking effects to his opponent's stronger hands is always nice. And, you do tend to just take it down quite a lot when you have an ace on the button there. Deep, how's it going, buddy? Thanks for tuning in. Hope you're well. Did you manage to have a chance or fire any events this week during the poker festival? Yeah, good point actually. This is a much less intense stream setup than last time, I believe. It was really bright last time. This time it looks like, well, you can see Vitaly there is in a massive jacket, so it's I'm sure it's not going to be as hot as it was. Thanks for tuning in from Cyprus. Let us know who you're cheering on, guys, if you are watching on YouTube, on the Bangkok Casino YouTube. It's great to have you here. We've had such a lot of fun this week, entertaining people from Greece and Cyprus, as well as other neighbouring countries. I look forward to all the events coming up. We have the France and Belgium Benelux tour with 150k guarantee. You can check out all of the information of upcoming events on our website at bankokcasino.sk. You're with the guy they named him twice. Christoforos Christoforou. Nice one deep. It's going to be a couple of months away from Slovakia for me personally due to visa issues, but I'll be back with a vengeance in September, hoping for some kind of visa extension and to be able to live here, but let's see how things go. Back to the action. We've seen an open from Georgopoulos on the button, Christoforou with somewhat of a ambitious Jack 7 suited peel there, in a spot where, as a middling stack, just not looking to get into these sort of tricky spots out of position versus the chip leader, who's, you know, has the reign to exercise aggression across multiple streets. And I'm really interested to see if Georgopoulos can find the trigger, having that one heart in his hand. Did take a stab on the flop. Was met by a call from middle pair. And he does check back just 10 high, but did river some kind of blocker that he might have wanted to use. The 9 of hearts there. Never going to win at showdown with 10 high, of course, but maybe one hand before the break, just desperate for a piss and looking to get off the stage. So we're going to be back shortly after the break, and I'll get back to you guys on the comments in the chat. But first of all, let's take a short break and stay tuned. We'll be back shortly. Well, welcome back. And we will be heading to the 100k, 200k big blind level now. Certainly one that's starting to sort the men from the boys, with 6 left, playing for the Greek Poker Championships main event trophy, and of course the not so small matter of the €30,000 top prize. Your chip counts for the final 6, as we're getting a thumbs up there from Zacharakis, maybe signalling to his friends and family back home that he is ready for the continuation of this event with his 18 big blinds, hoping to climb up the ladders and truly etch his name onto the trophy, or have a run at it somewhat. So, the comments whilst I was gone. Georgios Key, the classic Cypriot name, yes, and we've also, as mentioned by Fotathan, apologies for that, with the pronunciation there, saying yes, we also have Demosthenes there, so potentially some kind of lack of originality with the Cypriot name selections, just kind of going on some kind of version of the latter name, as we saw with Christoforos Christoforou. And here are the payouts, all importantly the money to be played for there: 5.9k for 6, 7.9, 9.8, 12.8, 18.3, and then that huge 11.9k pay jump between second and first, as the players just getting relaxed once again, sat back in the seats and ready for the continuation. Those 2 eliminations, Sotiriou jamming the pocket 7s into pocket kings, and Thorvaldsen ace-9 running into the jacks. Neither of them finding the cards that they needed to stay. Apologies for these spam links in the chat, not sure what to do about those. We often hear the word Malakas in the background. I wonder why. Andy with a couple of love hearts says go Vitaly, with some Ukrainian love right there for Vitaly Sherbar there. You can see in seat 8, one of the local heroes and crushers of the live tournament scene here in Bratislava, and for good reason. Certainly one of the strongest players in the final 6, if not the strongest left, and after that double up it's going to be tough to see him not making a run at this. Now second in chips, and Georgopoulos, the clear contender for him at this stage. Also Hadjikostas there, is second in chips, 8.7 million, so 3 players there sort of forging their way ahead of the pack as we continue here with the final 6. And Christoforou there, getting the hood up, the sunglasses on, and it's very much back to business now for the business end of this tournament. Sherba there, 10-3 suited, going to be getting out the way. And Georgopoulos cut off, King 4 suited, easy open for him, min raise to 400. I like the sizing. I don't think that as a chip leader you really need to go too big with the opens. The min raise is sufficient. Going to be seeing on a final table much less big blind defense, and therefore as an opener no need to really make it too big, because all that incurs is losing more when you do run into a big hand or run into some sort of aggression from your opponents behind. But we do see Hadjikostas here defending the 4 deuce suited, and not really a great spot for him, as difficult to flop an awful lot with 4 deuce suited. You are going to see a lot of aggression from your opponents. It's going to be difficult to realize your equity with that kind of hand. And I think versus the second check here, Georgopoulos will be going for some small value with his king, looking to charge the 8x, the deuce x, the 1 diamond hands, maybe potentially those jack 10s, queen jack, queen 10s, holding the gut shot, looking for some protection there. Just the 1 big blind bet, I think it's more than enough again. Good awareness of final table dynamics shown from the Greek player. Where in position you're more accustomed to seeing smaller sizes being used, just because the fold equity is somewhat larger, and therefore the efficiency of the smaller sizing goes up. So yeah, great awareness there from the Greek player, and he makes a small improvement to his already chip lead at this stage. So 6 left, all smiles on the table, nice to see. Players have had some kind of relaxation at the break and come back in good spirits, maybe buoyed by the fact that all of them have locked up a significant payday from the €175 buy-in. With €6,000 being the minimum that all of these players are going to be taking home. Christoforou here, Jack 10 off, electing not to open the button. Two big stacks in the blinds, just not looking to get too tangled with those, I guess. And Hadjikostas there, 5-3 off. Not an awful lot to be working with. Vitaly was indeed lurking with the ace-3 suited in the big blinds, so would have been continuing in some fashion versus both players, but at this stage I think you're just kind of happy to take the walks and make some kind of small increase to your stack anyway. King 6 suited for Hadjikostas on the button. Definitely a hand that you want to be opening it up with here. Decent playability. And of course the king blocker as well, which does have some interaction with those hands that you're going to face resistance with, namely the ace kings, king kings, king queen suiteds, king jack suiteds. These type of holdings. However, he does run into the king queen of Zacharakis in the big blind, who has 16 big blinds and is the shortest stack, so not really too incentivized to hang around here. Just looking to jam for value, and also the great thing about this kind of jam is that you do get some hands that are doing pretty well against you to fold. The likes of an ace-5 suited isn't going to be raised calling for 17 big blinds. That is ahead. Even hands like pocket 6s, pocket 5s, pocket 4s, unlikely to be able to face the heat of the 17 big blind push. So a great move from him as the short stack, realizing that he can apply some still significant amounts of pressure with that stack, and takes down a decent little pickup there. Thanks for the feedback on that one. That was the cooling system for my laptop, so hopefully I've turned that off now. Hopefully it's not going to overheat, and there is not so much background noise. Let me know if that's any better. Gerber here on the button, queen 10 off, easy open for him. Zacharakis here with the queen jack suited, now up to 22 big blinds. Interesting to see how he decides to approach this one. Does he go for the push again? Looks like he's considering a 3-bet non-all-in, which wouldn't be my preferred choice, to be honest, because considering some kind of reopening of the action to the button. Let's say Vitaly is in there with suited ace or some kind of pocket sixes, pocket fives that may elect to jam versus the 3-bet, and then you've got to fold your hand. So on a final table, usually want to be 3-betting much more polarized and not in this kind of linear sense. Linear meaning, you know, lots of kind of middle strength, middle to strong hands. That you're kind of 3-betting for value, but then folding versus the jam. With this stack size, 22 bigs, I think you want to just be playing sort of shove, or when you are 3-betting non-all-in, it needs to be a little bit more of a polarized range. So you've got your complete bluffs with maybe some kind of ace-x hand, you know, like an ace-4 off, ace-3 off could be a nice one, and then aces, kings, queens, jacks for value. But does get the job done, and a nice little pickup for him coming off the break. Zacharakis there chipping up lovely with the shove, getting through with the king queen, and then another 3-bet and a pickup with the queen jack suited. So king 9 suited for Hadjikostas from the hijack. Going to be met with some resistance from Christoforos Christoforou. Just the name's so good that I'm going to need to keep repeating it. Whoa, king high board is going to spell danger for Hadjikostas here in the hijack. Going to be liking the look of his top pair there on the dry king high board. Does have a flush draw, but just very limited connectivity aside from that. So king 9 shaping up to be a really strong hand here, and yeah, it does come out firing straight away. Similar sizing to the pre-flop open, which is about a 3rd pot for on the flop, just over. And Christoforou calling. He's got backdoor diamonds as well. One of the strongest jacks. One of the strongest king x hands he's going to have in this situation. He also is going to have maybe king queen, but the ace king would be looking to sort of find some aggression in the form of a 3-bet or a jam. And it does go check on the turn, and very much keys to the bank have been signed over to Christoforou here, and it's how much does he want to withdraw? Does he go for the big size? The problem is for him, facing that turn check back, he's probably going to think his opponent isn't going to be holding an awful lot. So in terms of hands that he can target, he would be looking at maybe hands like pocket 10s and pocket 9s at best. What sort of size would those hands pay off? Somewhere around a 3rd pot. Looks like he's gone for this kind of sizing. Just gets absolutely snapped off. No real other way to play the hand from Hadjikostas after he did check back the turn. Some kind of deception / pot control play as well, and ends up having to call off the 3rd pot bet on the river, and unfortunately does not have the best of it there versus the slightly stronger top pair of Christoforou. chip leader on the button, going to be opening a wide range, but hello, the ace-king offsuit, he's thinking. Very active so far, and certainly one of the more aggressive players at the table. Any chance of a translation there, Spyro? I'm not so clued up on the Greek language myself. But we are going heads up to a flop between Demosthenes and Georgopoulos. And a pretty decent hit for Georgopoulos there. Top pair with the backdoor nut flush draw. Improving to 2-pair on the turn, now bringing a 4-liner straight. Demosthenes electing not to represent the 10. And it is going to be another check on the turn, so slightly kind of trappy, tricky line from the Greek chip leader. And he's just going to fire a small bet at the river, and that's going to get the job done. Zacharakis going to be hoping for some action here from the 8-6 off. That's about as good as he could be ahead with the pocket 8s, but I'm sure he won't mind just taking the pot down pre-flop as well. Now up to 28 big blinds and looking very much more comfortable than when coming back from the break with just the 18. Yeah, I'm not sure about the check back with the ace-king there. Loads of worse hands to consider getting value from button versus big blind. Yeah, agreed. Lots of 10x, lots of jack-x, lots of worse ace-x, lots of queen-x and jack-x as well. Yeah. Just the wrong kind of spot to be getting a bit tricky, I would say. There's no lockdown on that board at all, but ace-king going to really benefit from gaining some value on the flop. So Sherba here in the big blind, queen 4 suited, facing the chip leader open in the hijack. Just one small thing to note is that Georgopoulos has been min-raising with, you know, most of his sort of opening range. However, that time he did have ace-king, just chucking an extra little 25k on top. Potentially something to read into there. We shall see if we get more of a sample on, you know, what he's up to. It's going to just range bet this board by the looks of things. Ace-8 deuce, fair enough. Not really any significant portion of straight draws for Vitaly here, nothing really to worry about. There is a flush draw which his opponent does happen to have. Vitaly here with the front door queen high flush draw. He's got the backdoor straight draw as well with that 4-3-5 would give him the wheel. However, he does improve to the queen high flush on the turn, not electing to want to check raise the flop, which is fair enough. Just in case he faced yet more action on the flop, he would have to fold his hand. So just keeping it in there and, you know, nice and measured check call, keeps the sides of the pot down, keeps maybe some kind of mystery as to what he could be holding. Lots of hands would going to be want to call the flop here. Ace X, 8X, Deuce X, 5-4, 3-4 suited, 5-3 suited if he has that, and turning the flush, and a size down in the relation to the pot from the chip leader, who I believe is blocking his 8s on the turn with maybe an absence of some of the stronger ace-x in his opponent's range. Just to be able to check back the river. And is Vitaly going to allow him to do that now, or does he elect to go for a river lead, seeing that small size on the turn, not wanting to incur too many alarm bells from the check raise, but instead the offsuit queen rolls off, and now electing to lead. And I think that this line actually makes a lot more sense than check raising the turn, in the fact that it can look like a desperate bluff from a missed backdoor flush draw if he just had the one spade with or without some kind of flop pair. Potentially a hand he could make it here with would be, let's say, King Jack with the King of Spades, not really having an awful lot of showdown value versus the double barrel of his opponent, now looking to maybe try and force out some hands like he has here, the 8X, the weak Ace-X. And let's see what Georgopoulos makes of this one. Yeah, I like Sherba's game. Definitely knows how to navigate this kind of medium stack depth. Not really wanting to fire too much aggression here. Doesn't want it to blow up in his face. Does end up making another very strong hand and going with that river lead there. Could have aroused suspicion potentially in the form of an ace from his opponent, but the 8 there just kind of diminishing in value somewhat. Opponent may have elected to put him on some kind of rivered 2 pair, or indeed the front door flush getting there on the turn. I think his huge bet is more of a trying to kind of look suspicious in some way. Not many hands who'd be comfortable enough to value bet in terms of a lead that aren't flushes there, and his opponent may consider he would have potentially check raised the flop or the turn with the flush draw or the flush respectively. So quite a creative way of going about things. And Georgopoulos here opening with the pocket 10s and only seeing a call from Christoforou, which, you know, I'm a big fan of on a final table. Doesn't want to be 3-bet calling the jacks for so many big blinds. 40 big blinds going in here, 6-handed with, you know, a clear middling stack. Could be somewhat of a disaster. Doesn't want to 3-bet and allow ace queen or ace king to jam on him and have to sort of be in this massive flip where he could just call, go under rep to potentially get a short stack to shove behind and be way ahead. And it just does keep his options nice and open. And wow, the king high board looks to be the savior for Georgopoulos, as his 10s are not going to get cooled by the jacks of Christoforou unless there is some serious run outs in place for us, like some sort of 10 on the turn, jack on the river, or jack on the turn, 10 on the river type scenario. So betting a call, off we go to the 7 of spades on the turn. Not doing an awful lot for either player. Georgopoulos waving the white flag now, does get called by Christoforo's hand, which also did look somewhat strong pre-flop, flatting hijack versus under the gun six-handed. Not going to be too weak of a range there, going to be lots of very strong holdings, suited broadways, pairs up to sort of pocket jacks, even pocket queens may have elected to peel. And Cristoforo just going to take that one down with a little stamp of value on the river, and gets the job done nicely there. Very well navigated with that hand. Did in that sense have massive advantage versus the tens, but all the times that he's either behind or flipping or, you know, causing some sort of unnecessary post-flop variance that could be avoided, he did well to manage to navigate that. Italy here on the button, ace-6 off. Definitely a good candidate for an open. Does run into the pocket eights of Zacharakis here, and I think versus specifically a button and specifically a very capable opponent on the button, and also, you know, the big blind ante, the big blind six-handed now. The ante is looking at about 17% of a big blind for each player. So very significant. You're used to maybe online being dealt with the sort of 12.5% ante. So I think the only move here is all in. I think that this 3-bet for value is a little bit thin on a final table, because there's just not enough good flops for you. And when you do get continued here, it's going to be a lot of hands that you could have forced out pre-flop. The likes of the king-jack suited, the king-queen suited, the ace-10 suited. All of these hands would be folding to your 25 big blind push pre, but then you kind of let in and just allow them to realise in position where you're going to be playing a guessing game post-flop. So I think the eights would be better to just jam pre. I'm not sure what his plan was versus the all-in himself. Is he 3-bet calling there with the eights? Is he 3-bet folding? I guess we'll never know, but sometimes there are situations where, you know, you've got 25 big blinds in front of you. You've got a decent hand, not an amazing one, but the book would tell you just to rip it in and close your eyes and hope for the best. Doesn't want to allow his opponent in too cheap and potentially face a tougher decision later on. Andy making a good point. I think even when the whole cards are streamed, might be better off not sharing that information so easily, as it could play tricks in the mind of you or also your opponents, and could mean some tricky situations occur later on when you're kind of leveling yourself. Well, did he do that because I showed him this, or etc. Much easier to play your game without that kind of mental fog. Not sure what's going on there. Christopher just folding the Queen 10 offsuit for 10 big blinds, blind versus blind. As far as 10 big blind poker's coming with one unknown range behind. Queen 10 printing for a shove there, so it could be something to do with, I wouldn't call it soft playing, but maybe a friendly dynamic between the two players. Obviously you're allowed to fold whatever you like or do whatever you want at the poker table, but Queen 10 off there, just folding for the 9 to 10 big blinds effective BVB. Little bit on the much too cautious side of things, as we see Vitaly here picking up the pocket queens. And has some momentum at the moment. And does open it up to 400k, just praying for a short stack to come in for a shove with the worst hand. Folds around to Hadjikostas, who's definitely going to be an interested party with the King 9 suited here. In the big blind, 25 big blinds effective. Certainly going to be looking to flick a call in, and there it is, 400k, so off to a pot of 1.1 million already, 4.8 million effective, so stack to pot ratio of 4 and a bit. Sherba here flopping the vulnerable overpair on the 3 flush monotone board. And I think we're just going to see him go very, very small. You can get value from spades, straight draws, jack X, 10x. So just going to be targeting those hands, no need to go too silly. And Hadjikostas just getting away, even though he did have a gut shot. One of the outs is already gone, so dealing with 3 outs there out of position, and sometimes you improve and don't even know if you're ahead if you do face some significant amounts of aggression. So I think a wise move for him just to chuck those in the muck there and then. And I think this should be the moment that Demosthenes was waiting for. Ace-4 suited on the button, 8 big blinds. Not going to get many better spots than this, with that big blind ante coming around and causing a lot of chaos at this kind of stage. Easy fold from the small blind. Let's see what Sherber's got in the big blind. Is it anything worth looking up? No, 9-7 offsuit, little wry smile, look at the tournament clock. And the realization will set in, I imagine, quite shortly that he's not going to be interested in giving his opponent much of a spin. That's right, Elias. 3 Cypriots, 2 Greeks, and a Ukrainian. Not a bad effort from the Greeks and the Cypriots here at the Greek Poker Champions event. Malaka and Malaka coming from the background. What's the meaning of Malaka? What's the translation on that word? Sounds like we've got a couple of people sinking a few beers in the background, enjoying the ambience of the final table, and why not? See it all the time at the World Series of Poker if you've been tuning into any of their coverage. Lots of rowdy rails and people cheering on their friends to win the big money, and 30,000 euros is a lot of money, so I'm sure that the atmosphere and the energy is high in the room. It's a good thing to be a part of, you know, as a player. When you're sat under the lights and you've got some friends cheering you on, it definitely spurs you in the right direction in terms of the motivation and, you know, overall good feelings from that. So, 9-3 suited from Vitaly, very incentivized to complete here with that big blind ante out there. As I mentioned, 6-handed now, becoming very significant. Much more than the usual kind of antes, an extra 25% juice, and wow, great flop and great turn for him. Great turn, I mean, so he turns himself a flush draw with that 9. Going to be looking for some value at this point. May get 1 street out of the queen high. Does. Zacharakis going to just continue. So it's not a good word, but it's used in many different forms. I see. 3 on the river for Vitaly here. Gonna just check that one over, and in the end, Zacharakis, thinking his queen was good enough to show it down, and gets the bad news in the form of that 9-3 of clubs holding up. The most famous Greek word, more than words like philosophy or mathematics. The most used word in Greece. Wow. I've been to Greece a fair few times, and it didn't stick in the memory, so my bad. And apologies for the ignorance there. Christoforou under the gun with the pocket 9s. 2.5x open. Demosthenes out the way. Sherber here on the button with King 8 suited. They are playing very deep at this stage. Christoforou now up to about 10 million chips. And Sherber here with 8.7, so like 43, 44 big blinds. It is a candidate that you can consider V-pipping. But I think he's thinking that we've still got some short stacks to navigate, and maybe just not wanting to tangle too much with another big stack. So I can see his point there. Georgopoulos has had a bit of a hit. He's down to 30 big blinds now, and Queen Jack All of a sudden the wheels starting to fall off in the terms of his card distribution. Had a great start, lost a couple of all-ins, and all of a sudden now missing with Queen Jack and down again to sort of the 28-29 big blind range. Christopheru coming out firing with the huge sizing with the 9s here. And I think some good reasons to come of it as well. Your opponent maybe the only straight he's going to have there is 7-5 suited. He's not going to have 6-4 off, 3-4 off, 6-3 off, so 9's in pretty good shape. Just looking to get some value from hands like a 6, pocket 7s, a 5 for the open-ender. And the big size there, just giving him the protection he needs before the board starts to get a bit nastier on the turn, maybe in the form of a straight emerging. Demosthenes under the gun 8, ace-8 off, 6-handed. It might be slightly tempting for him to jam here, but I still think with 5 players left to act, and even being in the big blind ante the next hand, it's just a little bit too ambitious. Maybe taking ace-10 offsuit as the worst ace offsuit there, and just letting that one go. So Sherbo king-10. Exit 400, gets a fold from Zacharakis. Georgopoulos is out. Christopheru in the big blind now. Queen 4 suited. Being able to enter the pot versus an opponent that he covers is always a decent reason to do so, because you're going to see with the ICM kind of configurations would mean that someone is going to c-bet less if they're going to be covered. And wow, what a board we've got for Christopheru here. Top pair, backdoor flush draw. Bitterly finding himself an overcard with a gut shot. So even 70-30 here. Top pair versus king high. And Christopheru, what's his options? I think mostly just going to be calling, as he does. Sherba just giving up. So 60 big blinds now, a fairly significant advantage for the Cypriot. Second in place is the Ukrainian, but more of a Slovakian local these days, plays all these events and has had some significant results over the past 6 months. Ukrainian taking that one down, so another nice little pickup for him. here we go. So Demosthenes jamming from the small blind with ace-9, and unfortunately the timing just not quite there as Zacharakis has ace-queen, and wow, Hadjikostas is rejamming with ace-jack as well, and Zacharakis with the insta-fold would have had both of his opponents dominated. Yeah, apologies guys for the lagging out of my hands, but we're doing the best we can. Hadjikostas has his opponent dominated, and 85-15 here. 10-10-6. Could have seen a double elimination had Zacharakis overcalled with the ace-queen, electing not to. So some chop opportunities here. That's not one of them. Demosthenes is going to need a king or a 10 to find some sort of escape route out of here. Or an ace. And it's the deuce, so Hadjikostas securing the elimination, and Demosthenes unfortunately put up a valiant effort here on the FT, but he's going to be leaving us in 6th position, 5 left here, playing for the Greek Poker Champions main event. Christoforou, pocket 7s in the cutoff. Going to be a fairly routine open for him. Shouldn't be needing a hand. This just no playability there. I like the fold. Just dominated a bit too often. This small blind peer, there's going to be a lot of hands like, you know, king 10 off, king jack off, king 9 suited, that kind of stuff. So pretty dominated in that regard. And it comes jack deuce deuce. Hadjikostas with the backdoor flush draw, and obviously the pocket 9s being a big favourite right now. Christoforou will probably like the look of this flop in terms of some sort of bet for protection. Looks like he's carved out about 450 there, which is he's going to get a fold from the pocket 9s. Wow, that is on jack deuce deuce. Incredible. I really wasn't expecting that. Fix the internet, fix the unfriendly staff, fix everything, even the service's attitude, says HRFA Soul. I'm surprised you think about that, think it that way. I've always had B. Sherber, queen 8 off in the small blind. Just going to limp in. Doesn't really want to be folding too many hands with the big blind ante in play. Zacharakis now, king 10 off. It's quite a nice. Hey guys, we're doing our best to fix the internet issues at the Should be back up and running now, guys. Apologies for the technical difficulties. Pulkit Sharma, please manipulate the blackjack machines more so you can buy better internet. Very good. So just going to be a walk for Adjacostis there, securing the knockout. 5 left now. Folds to Christopher on the button, 10-7 suited, certainly going to be a hand that he's going to look to open here. It's a fold from the small blind Sherber and the big blind Queen Jack off. Certainly going to be continuing in some form. I imagine he would be going for just a call, and does, even versus the pretty chunky size of Christopher. Just so much playability with this kind of hand. And 10-7 suited is going to be a bet on this kind of board. Ace King 2, just so many misses for your opponent, and you've got all of the strong hands and they really don't, so good one to start applying pressure on. And Vitaly there, even with the gut shot, facing the relatively chunky sizing, just going to get out the way. So after a couple of hours of battle on the final table, we are down to 5 players. Chip counts between 66 and 22 big blinds, with Christoforu, the chip leader there, with a huge gap between him and second place. Double the chips of Sherber, Hadjikostis, Georgopoulos and Zacharakis. So now has free reign just to go for it, and I really actually like the way he's played the final table. He's definitely been one of the more active players, and as a shorter / medium stack towards the beginning, that was kind of playing to his detriment somewhat because he wasn't so incentivized to enter the pots, but we've started to see him run away now. And Georgopoulos there with a really tight fold there, ace 7 suited under the gun 5-handed. Just looking like he's kind of creeped back into his shell somewhat, just trying to play the waiting game. I think the double C will win it as well, mate. He's starting to play some nice stuff, and his like quite aggressive and tricky style. Whilst I don't agree with some of his sizings, it definitely puts pressure on his opponents, and no one's really been able to fight back in any kind of way so far, so that style can definitely win a tournament. And if he remains with this kind of fearless attitude, he's going to pull away even more from the rest of the pack, I believe. Yeah, exactly. He's not an easy opponent to face. He is the sort of guy that you're just looking to try and make a strong hand against. And, you know, the thing is, in a final five, playing five-handed, short-handed poker, you're not always going to be dealt these, like, super premiums or really smash the boards. There's always going to be an element of doubt in your mind facing this type of opponent. So let's see if he continues to put the pressure on and steamrolls his way to the victory. I believe he's in a good position to do so at the moment. And here we have Sherba going for the double barrel with the no equity 10-5. Raising BVB. Getting a caller. Bets the flop. 1.1 million. And Zacharakis now. He's got a fairly easy call on the turn, but I'm sure he's going to start feeling fairly uncomfortable if another river bet is being slid in. However, 5 million in there and 2 million behind, effective. Just 40% pot behind. Sherba now seeing the front door flush complete is really left with no option but to, just to try and put him in. Does go for the triple barrel with complete air, and I think Zacharakis here has a decent candidate to call. You know, some of these double barrels with equity are going to be hands like 10-8 of diamonds, Jack-8 of diamonds, 8-6 of diamonds maybe. He blocks those. Appreciate for the love on the commentary, Elias. Doing my best despite our connectivity issues. And yes, Zacharakis with the call here. And look at the emotion running around the room. Big fist bump and a big moment there. It wasn't an easy call. He's put into his first tournament life. There was only 40% pot behind on the river. Maybe Vitaly could have navigated that slightly better. Maybe he could have found a spot where he had a little bit more equity. But showing some heart with the triple barrel there. And unfortunately found his match in Zacharakis, who was not afraid to put his life on the line with just one pair. Lots of draws getting there. Also lots of draws missing, to be fair, in the form of those King Jacks, King 10s, Jack 10s, 10-8s. But all the respect in the world given to him facing the all-in decision on the river and being able to find the call.
How much is he stuck now?
Yeah, I think some relatively fair comments there about the hand selection from Vitaly. Not even having a diamond in there. Not really interacting with any strong hands in his opponent's range, or hands that may fold. So, you know, just a kind of a case of potentially losing his head a little bit there and kind of getting in too deep and realizing that there's no way out apart from maybe blasting his way out of it. And Zacharakis, a match to the heart shown from the Ukrainian, even more heart to find the call, and it was a good one. So Zacharakis here backdooring his way into the nut straight. Oh, sorry, the second nut straight. Georgopoulos peels the flop with the 3 and checks back the turn with that flush draw. Didn't want to get raised there and have to fold his equity. Pulkit Sharma, loving the humour from you, sir. Play 1 versus 1 against him, and if you win one time, I will donate my intestines to you. Jesus. Hadji Costas here opening to 650k, which means we must be on the blind increase, and yeah, the money's going in. So ace jack for the Ukrainian and king 9 suited for Hadji Costas. Cyprus versus Ukraine here, and who's going to come out on top? Not quite a flip. Some of the advantage in the hands of Sherba, and a great board for him as well. 5-5 deuce offering no threat, no backdoor flush draw, no backdoor straight draws. It's just the cold hard king or the 9 to fade at this point. Can he do it? Let's see a turn. Ooh, it's paint, but it's the queen, so he does hang on. Just one more card to fade for the double up. Seven on the river. Vitaly back in the game after an ill-timed triple barrel. Found himself down to 9 big blinds, but securing the double. And Hadji Costas now is going to be alongside Georgopoulos in the danger zone as one of the short stacks now at the 250k big blind level.
I had 2 spades on my hand, so I wouldn't. I wasn't thinking about the cards. I was thinking about the.
Yeah, I think with the call there, he opened to 650. You've got the big blind ante, the big blind, and the small blind. So 2.5 in there. He's open to 2.5 as well. So 5 big blinds in there. Vitaly was in for 9, and he needs to call 6.5 into 13 and into 18. So yeah, he only needed roughly 33% equity there. The chance to bust a short stack. King 9 suited, not doing so badly there. He can be up against hands like 7s, 6s, Ace-X suiteds that he's doing quite well against. Getting heated in the chat as some of our alliances are finding clashes in the comment section. That's what we love to see. We want to get people amped up. Who are you fighting for? Who's your man? Let us know in the comments as we get down to the latter stages here of the Greek Poker Champions main event. 30,000 euros to be played for. Yep. I think we're all agreed on the 10-5 off being a slight misstep, and he kind of was up shit creek without a paddle, as we say in the UK. Kind of translation on that being that he was went so far deep that he just decided to keep on trying to dig his way out of trouble, and there was nowhere to hide at that stage. The stack to pot ratio so small on the river that his opponent just wasn't able to let go. And here we have a huge confrontation between Christoforou and Sherba. King Queen suited for the Cypriot, Jacks for the Ukrainian. So a classic 50-50 race. And it's all on the line here. A huge pot to decide who is going to take potentially a stranglehold on the FT. Is it going to be Christoforou running away with it? Or is it going to be Sherba getting back into the pack, evening out all of the stacks and leaving it all to play for? 10-4 deuce, 10-4, 10-5-4, sorry. 8 on the turn of diamonds as well. What a card for the Ukrainian to see, whispering to himself, looking to fade the paint. Looking to fade a heart or a club with paint. Ooh, it's the ace of clubs. He does manage to find the hold, and back-to-back double-ups just show you that if you got chips left remaining in play, there's always a way back. Definitely had the rub of the green in terms of the hands that he's found there. Ace-Jack followed by Jacks and 2 quick double-ups for Vitaly, and he's very much back in the picture now.
That's the point. 3 times you mess with my blinds, and you lose 3 times. You can fold, lose 100 chips. It's okay, go to the next hand.
So the man with the flamboyant jacket from Ukraine gets himself back into the picture. Pretty solid all round, sort of 28-19. Very kind of standardish online kind of VPIP and pre-flop raise stats that you're going to see there. So, and certainly from the overall play that we've seen from him, definitely a strong player. And we can say all we want about the 10-5, but the fact of the matter is he found the heart to fire through in a big spot. There were a slight few inaccuracies, but having the heart in itself is enough to make you a great player, because lots of people know what to do or want to find the aggression but can't do it on the big stage, and that's what separates the men from the boys. So despite the inaccuracies, definitely impressive in some way, and you got to give him credit for that. So let's move on with the FT. Hadjikostis on the button, ace-jack suited now. He's got to think, do I want to induce this? Am I going to raise call? Do I want to just jam and take it down now? Do I really want someone to, you know, have the opportunity to shove in a hand like pocket fives on me that may fold to my jam, and now all of a sudden we're going to have to flip it up? But look at this, some sort of card run from the gods for Vitaly as he goes ace-jack, double, jacks, double, queens, got potentially some action from the ace-jack suited here, and this could be another huge pot pushed in the direction of the Ukrainian if he manages to get the stack of Hadjikostas at risk here. How's he going to do it? So a 3x 3-bet from Sherber here. And Hadjikostas, I don't think Zacharakis has gone all in with the 9-6. Let's steady on now and settle down, shall we? He is standing up, but there's no cards in front of him, so it's going to be ace-jack versus queens, as we imagined. Hadjikostas just having none of it and just jamming it in straight away, knowing that he's not going to get a fold, but deeming the ace-jack suited to be good enough, and you know what? Who can blame him? Here we go to a flop. Okay, bits and pieces for everyone there. Hadjikostas does have more outs now. The queen is also good, so does pick up 2 outs. We can see 3 outs on the screen based on what we've seen folded already. Ooh, jack on the turn, so it's gonna no ace for Hadjikostas as an out anymore, but just a queen or a jack to stay alive, as Vitaly needs to cheer in some sort of low card, and there it is, the 4 of spades. It's game over for the Cypriot there, going out in 5th place. And what a run from Vitaly Sherber, the Ukrainian, also local lad, playing in a lot of these tournaments, and down to 9 bigs a matter of 20 minutes ago, and stacking up the chip lead now with a big smile on his face. It's amazing what can happen in tournament poker at sometimes. Looks like things have died down in terms of the heat in the chat, and in fact that everyone's seeming to become quite good friends. Demetrius says he just came back from Bratislava, but in that case he's coming back if I can join you. After the suggestion of cheerleaders and some jubilance on the rail for Vitaly. 4 left, 10,000 euros locked up, playing for a 3,000 pay jump, and then we're going to pay for a 4.5k pay jump, and then it's the business end, the 11.9k pay jump between first and second, and starting to look like you'd be putting your bets on Sherber versus the double-named Cypriot. Zacharakis on the button, King 10 offsuit. It's got just under 40 big blinds, pops it up. Not met with any resistance there, so just adding to his stack, and it's almost a question of 3 versus 1 at this stage, with Georgopoulos fading somewhat. Started with high hopes and was doing quite well, and just hasn't really had the card distribution, has kind of pulled away from a couple of spots he could have taken. And he's going to need some help quickly, because with the big blind ante in play here, it's essentially a 25% ante, and you can't really hide with that kind of format. You've got to widen up. You've got to play for the pots. There's just no hiding, because if you're not doing that, someone else is going to be winning all of these small medium pots and just building a huge stack that is going to be difficult to overcome, even if you do find a lucky big hand off the short stack. By that point they'd have sailed away. So Sherber going to be calling this 550 open. Doesn't really flop an awful lot. We can't see what Zacharakis is holding. but looks like he looks interested in firing a c-bet, and I think that's probably going to get the job done at this point. So ace jack off is the hand, and does get called for one by Sherber. I think a little optimistic versus another big stack when you've got also that short stack waiting there. Going to be wanting to have a little bit more backdoor equity. This ace-8 is going to really pale in strength on a lot of turn cards. Going to be difficult to call down, and Zacharakis in fact turning his hand into a bluff on the King River here, looking to fold out some of the deuce X, the 5x, maybe even deems himself to be able to fold out some sort of, you know, 10-4 suited that may feel like they just can't have the best hand at this stage. Georgopoulos has been certainly camped out waiting for some decent starting hands, and he's found one with the ace-queen suited here in the cutoff. Wow, just jamming it in. Not taking any risks, that's for sure, and getting nothing out of his opponents. For me, seems a bit of a waste of four-handed. He's such a short stack that I think he can afford to take the risk of, you know, trying to induce a worse hand to continue. Just simply shunting it in for just under 20 big blinds. They're not going to get called an awful lot. Sherber here on the button with King 5 off. Could be a decent candidate to open, just using that King blocker. Has position. Both opponents haven't really been getting too out of line in terms of pre-flop. Italy indeed, packing a few punches, the man from Ukraine. Good to see. Certainly from my experience commentating these final tables, and unfortunately playing in one, it's the people that take the bull by the horns that tend to be usually the ones in the heads-up matches. There's just no room to wait around, especially with this big blind ante format. I've mentioned that so many times now, but it does just eat away at you if you play too tight, especially when you get the shorter handed now. 25% ante essentially, and that will just whittle away at you if you don't have the fight. So Christoforu takes it down with the ace jack. Sherber there with nothing to be done with the jack deuce, and pretty level playing field here for the final four. 3 big stacks, and Georgopoulos hanging on in there with around about 20 big blinds. Ace 4 then for Vitali. I imagine he'll just continue in the form of a limp. Doesn't want to have sort of build this big bloated pot with the weak ace out of position. Quite nice to have some of the weaker aces just, you know, limping in, seeing a flop. Ace 6 suited for Zakarakis. I had it earlier, there it is. Zakarakis. And he's going to open it up. And he goes to 725. So quite deep, about 40 big blinds effective. Just under. And this is an absolutely boss man play, going for the 3-bet to 2 million. Really putting the pressure on. I think he's probably seen that his opponent is somewhat wider than most in terms of the ISOs, like ISO in King 10. Has gone for some sort of non-all-in 3-bets with non-premium holdings, and deciding just to use his ace to apply pressure to his opponent, and he does flop the ace of diamonds, so he's got the backdoor flush draw, but also, you know, blocks a lot of the strong holdings, maybe facing just the call of the 3-bet, the limp 3-bet. Is just going to continue with the 1 million sizing. Quarter pot. I like it. As you would with your aces, your ace king, your pocket kings, your pocket jacks, your nut flush draws. Just want to be getting a call out of your opponent, navigating to a turn. The 6 going nowhere for now. And does Sherber have the balls to maneuver another monster bluff versus his opponent? Is drawing dead at this stage. It's going to go check check, and if we see a diamond on the river, which we do, does he go for the lot here? Does he just put him in and say, you know what, I've gone for the limp 3-bet? There are some hands in which I might have checked the turn. My hands like ace deuce of diamonds, ace 4 of diamonds, ace 7 of diamonds, you know, looking to just go into check call mode on the turn and eliminate it, and and ponder his move. And he goes for the 2.5 million on the river, so he's gone limp 3-bet, bets the flop, checks the turn, and now goes for a 3rd pot. And you know what? This sizing is probably better than the all-in, just because it looks like he's not polarizing himself to a flush and a flush only. He could still value bet now a hand like ace-jack, taking this line. Potentially queens could be in there. Ooh. Writhing around in his chair, engaging in the table talk. This is interesting. Easy to say when you can see the cards, but definitely some nervous energy. But I think he's carrying himself fairly well, based on the situation. Nothing untoward. And this is a real kind of leveling war at this stage as well. Is his opponent just going to think, surely he's not going to bluff me twice here? And look at the sizing, it looks so milky. Yeah, he's learnt from last time deep, that's for sure. Polkit, don't do it again, bro. Well, he is doing it, but he's found a decent line. Really gonna have to give your opponent a lot of credit here for them to be able to find a bluff. Those hands like maybe queen tens and queen nines and such forth, just so likely to bet again on the turn. So really, when he does check, we do get to a river now, just so much jack X, so much queen queen, so many flushes as well, that didn't want to just blast it in at one SPR. And there we go, gets it through. And is he going to show the bluff? What a boss. Love to see it. Big smile for the cameras. And he can mop the sweat off of those palms as he's collecting those chips. Great move from Vitaly. Nicely done, sir. Great time to show the bluff. Just keep your opponents guessing. It's sometimes the strategy, but in this case, to show them that you've got the kahunas. I disagree. I think he can definitely value bet a good jack for that size. Pocket queens. Maybe he went for some kind of king X suited limp raise or king X off. I think if he goes all in, then he's saying he's got a flush and a flush only. But I think for this third pot, he can find some value from a few more hands there. It was a board that didn't really connect with either of the opponents, like super strong in terms of maybe two pairs or that many sets about. So great play. Yeah, ace jack as well. Yeah, Vitaly's played with heart. And he's shown that he's not scared to mix it up, and that's what is going to pay dividends in the long run. When I started playing poker, I was always very tight, always trying to make the good hand, and you give yourself a ceiling with that kind of strategy. Yeah, you can win some money, and you can forge a living out of it, but if you're not going to be prepared to put your balls on the table and just say, fuck it, I'm all in, what are you going to do about it from time to time? Then you're going to get run over and you're going to be predictable, and that's the worst thing to be as a poker player. We've seen Christoforu there in the big blind. He's not scared. He's a very unpredictable player, and look where he is. He's got a decent stack in the final four, playing for 30,000. It's these kind of player types that can win a big tournament. Yeah, it was a limp 3-bet pre-flop, guys. I don't think he wants a cheap showdown with ace-jack. That's very, very weak. If you can't find a value bet with ace-jack there, then I don't know what you're doing at a final table, basically. It's not such a black and white situation that you need a flush to be able to bet the river there, facing a check back from your opponent. Yeah, his opponent could have some king X sometimes. I think more likely he would jam the turn in position, or at least bet like a quarter in position, to be honest. Such a big pot at that stage. Blind versus blind ranges, even for a limp 3-bet, can be quite wide. I think the king X just favours a bit of protection. As I mentioned, some of the flush draws are going to slow down on that turn. You don't want to like bet fold or bet call a flush draw, so Vitaly is very incentivized to check some draws there as well, and like maybe barrel the lower equity ones. So in my opinion, well, he's not just limp raising with value, as you can see, Georgios, you know, and some of the better hands to limp raise with as a bluff are going to be these weaker ace and king X type holdings that block decent parts of your opponent's value of the ISO. So, you know, he is going to have actually a decent amount of offsuit kind of garbage there in that spot, and he's got to protect against that. If you're only limping and raising with monsters, then that's kind of a problem that you're going to have to work out yourself. But Vitaly here, we can see that he's got a balanced strategy. I mean, okay, somewhat taking it to extremes, as we saw with the 10-5, but this limp raise is not just for value, you know, and you need to consider on a final table the efficiency of your hands. You don't want to limp raise with a hand like King 10 suited there, because if you get jammed on, you're just folding chunks of equity. So your limp raise is polarized in the sense that you're going to do it with really strong hands, like maybe Ace Queen suited plus, Ace King off, you know, 10s plus or something like that. And then you're going to have all of these kind of Ace X, King X type blocker type hands that are going to have some decent interaction with strong hands that your opponent might have. And also, there was a dynamic that was occurring from Zacharakis where he was kind of ISOing these limps a little bit too liberally. Hands like King 10 off that really struggle versus this limp raise. And as you saw there, ended up having Ace 6 suited, a hand that really hurts when you get limp 3-bet, because you're obviously ISOing for value, but versing a 3-bet, you're in a really tricky spot. That's enough range construction for now, but blind versus blind is very much a creative player's paradise, I would say, and we've seen Vitaly there showcase some of his skills and showcase the aggression, and I think when you've got wide range versus wide range, it definitely caters to the person that's able to feel the most comfortable with aggression and wide ranges, so he's done a good job there. Jack 3 suited, opening the button, fair enough, being met by Georgopoulos defend, who does flop top pair, and yeah, nice check back here, just completely no equity unless he turns the jack. Hello. All of a sudden the final table going from what looked like a blast off and an early exit into now very much having the control over it. Checking back on the turn versus the double check. Not sure why he wants to do that on the double flush draw board. Lots of potential hands that could call that aren't matching up to the Jack 3 at that stage, but ace on the river, certainly a bit of a brick. We're facing a triple check. Our opponent's going to show up with some hands like a 5, a 7, a 10. 600k to go into 1.4 million. And for Georgopoulos here, who's probably seen enough to suggest that he knows his opponent isn't just always going to show up with it here, does put the call in there, and he's going to see the bad news. Jack 3 good for the Ukrainian, and just 4 million to be dealing with now from Georgopoulos, who came into the final table with 7 or 8 million chips, and slowly, unfortunately, moving in the wrong direction for him. 10,000 euros locked up. You can see there, third place getting 13,000, just over 18 for second, and the winner taking home 30,220 euros. Zacharakis on the button, ace-10 offsuit, popping it up here. 550 to go at the 250k big blind, and Christoforou, not seen much from him over the last few hands, just not really had much to play with, but King 9 versus a button open, certainly going to be V-pipping in some way. And yeah, flexing the call, pretty standard stuff. Uh, 854 rainbow, decent board for the big blind. Gonna have a lot more of the 2 pairs, straights, all of these kind of good stuff. 8 on the turn. Does Christoforou now elect to go for some kind of off-piece bluff? I mean, he's going to have a little bit more 8x. His opponent's going to bet some of their 8x for protection on the flop. Maybe he thinks the King 9's good enough, but I just have played so many of these hands to know that people do just tend to show up with exactly what it looks like, ace high for the most part, on these boards that favour the opponent. Just checking, showing it down. Some of these hands that you expect to be good against, like Jack 10, Queen Jack, they might have taken a stab at some point just with no showdown value. And I like this. Repping. Oh, he just gets absolutely snapped off, and that is the only problem with leaving it so late, is that by the river your opponent also thinks that you're up to no good as well. And yeah, snaps him off. Zacharakis has made 2 big calls, that one and also the ace-8 versus Vitaly earlier on. Zacharakis ace-3 off in the cutoff, opening into the chip leader, and Vitaly here with ace-8 suited. Interesting to see whether he goes for a peel or goes for a 3-bet. I think with the small blind cold call, you're going to be more incentivized to attack this cut-off open now. Both players in the cage with Georgopoulos lurking on the short stack, so I think that we're going to see a 3-bet here. Yeah, nice. Just continuing to showcase his skills here. Very good understanding of these dynamics, and again finding a nice spot. And just once you get through the cutoff here, unfortunately Christoforou is just never really going to be dealing with much in the small blind, just calling the open. Most of the stronger hands that he wants to play are going to be 3-betting pre-flop, so left with much of a muchness there. And another good Well-timed move from Vitaly. Ich spreche keine Deutsch. So I don't know what you're up to there, but hopefully Deep can maybe translate it for me. Georgopoulos under the gun there, just ramming it in with the ace-5 suited. Doesn't really want to raise fold the hand, so valuable four-handed. Happy just to take down the big blind and the small blind and the ante there. 2.5 bigs for his sub 20 BB push seems a decent return, and just a nice little variance-free addition to his stack. The Ukrainian battler coming again, Sherba. Let's call him poker, Klitschko of poker. I quite like that from the chat earlier on. Certainly not afraid to pack a punch. He's run into it here somewhat. I think he's going to c-bet this board though. It's just dry enough. The 3 and the deuce on there really limiting the interaction with his opponent's defending range. Just hoping that they don't have a jack, and unfortunately Georgopoulos does have the jack and just moves in on him, not taking any chances, not looking to trap his opponent at all. Even with the backdoor diamonds as well, could have been a nice candidate for a sneaky check call there. He can face the heat on a multitude of turn cards, and well, just about any turn card he's going to check call again. So seeing the tendencies of Vitaly here, who's starting to really widen up and kind of attack with venom, may have been slightly better just to check call, but check jamming, no problem with that at all, of course. Denying some equity to, you know, he did have an overcard in the form of the queen. So yeah, that's why you went for the hashtag no homo. I got you now. So dare I say it, the Ukrainian starting to run away with it, with the tower of chips there and the flamboyant jacket. We've seen no match from the Greeks and the one remaining Cypriot so far. Let's see how that develops, as we've got 4 left here. The next all in, especially if Sherba is involved, is going to be a pivotal one, because it may decide whether he completely runs away with it or things even up, and shows the ace-4 suited there. Maybe some little bit of gamesmanship, showing the hand to Zacharakis that he was representing but didn't have in the huge 10 million chip pot just a couple of orbits ago, where he managed to bluff successfully with that nut flush blocker. So Georgopoulos once again Hope he doesn't jam here. He's just been moving these in, and that's an okay strategy, but I think you want to try and get some value from your hand. Pocket eights, four-handed, just such a strong hand here. And the issue is, if he does move it in, he's only going to get called really by a better hand. Does go for the min raise, I like it. And does see a worse hand here, and this is also one of the good things about opening with the pocket eights. You may just get jammed on by a worse pair, you know, pocket fours, pocket sixes, pocket fives, threes, deuces. They're only going to fold if you shove all in for 20 bigs, but you may open the door for them rejamming if you just open. Regardless of that, we move over to the King 7-4 Rainbow. Great board for the opener, of course. All of these boards in ICM where you're going to have like two low cards and a solitary high card are just going to be so much more preferable for the player that has all of the ace king and just the stronger king x. Even all of those overpairs to the 7 are incredibly strong on this kind of board. Gets looked up by deuces for the small size, which is a pretty good win for him. Only seeing 2 outs for his opponent. And is electing to go for the second barrel, I think, is a good decision. Maybe a touch on the chunky side there with 900. And gets the snap fold from his opponent. So moving on, nice little chip up there for Georgopoulos. 6.5 million for him. Around about the 25 big blind range. Christopheru under the gun, well, cut off really, makes it 5-7-5. And now Vitaly mulling over his options here. It's a decent candidate for a 3-bet bluff. And this is what I mean when I say that you want to be like very polarized with your 3-betting strategy, using these kind of hands because they're so easy versus a potential 4-bet. You know, if you 3-bet here with King 10 suited and get jammed on, and they've got pocket 9s, well, you've surrendered 50% equity and lost a chunk of chips. But the ace 5 off versus the 4-bet jam is just going to be absolutely cooked. So good to work out your equity, or you know, think a couple of moves ahead as you would in chess. Sherba here, ace 8-7 suited in the cutoff, certainly going to be popping it up. Christopheru has certainly played a great game, Stelios. Been impressed with his aggression and the way he's conducted himself. Tricky opponent for sure. Tough to know what he's up to under that hoodie and with those glasses on as well. Can't see his whole cards this time. They're unfortunately not being picked up by the scanner there. He needs to move those just slightly to the left or the right. Yeah, the right, there we go. We do see he does pick up 2 pair here, so great flop for him. About as good as it gets for the ace-3 off, top and bottom versus middle pair. Is he going to go for the check raise? He does. Rather aggressive motion as well, just kind of shunting those chips out there as if to say, hey buddy, I'm fed up of your aggression, here, have some of this, but does have the hand, so some kind of like reverse tell psychology, small thing to note there. Queen of spades on the turn, and it could be the end of the hand for Vitaly now. Christoforu, I'm sure, will be coming in with a pretty hefty sizing at some point. And there it is. Looks like just over half pot, is it? 1.5, 1.675. Yeah, 1.7. And the important thing for Vitaly here is not to level himself. Yeah, nicely done. Yeah, there are a lot of straight draws and flush draws, but pretty tough for your opponent to find those at this stage of the tournament with such gusto. So we're going to take a break now, and we will be coming back for the remainder of the tournament. 4 players left fighting for the €30,000 first place. We'll be back in about 15 minutes. See you very shortly, guys. Welcome back for extended coverage of the Greek Poker Champions main event. 47 big blinds for the top of the pack, Vitaly from Ukraine. We have Christoforos Christoforou with 28 big blinds, Zacharakis 27 and Georgopoulos on 20 big blinds. So it's Ukraine versus Cyprus versus the two Greeks. And let us know who you think is going to be taking this one down. Elias, do you play as well? How are the games over there in Cyprus? I've only played in the northern part at I'm forgetting what it's called now. Well, a couple of places. Prestige Poker as well was in Larnaca, and then there was another one, Merit, of course. The rake is rather high, but definitely the standard of play seems particularly low, so it's a tough one to work out whether it's worthwhile sort of moving there and kind of grinding the games there or not. But in terms of the tournaments, very, very soft. King 7 suited here for Christoforou. 300k big blind now, so again another blind level increase and another hit to the average stack. As you can see, the chip leader just having only just above 40 big blinds, so raise and take with the King 7 there, and even these raise and takes are huge four-handed, picking up 2.5 big blinds, only risking just over 2. Pretty decent return on your money, so definitely an incentive for a wider button opening strategy, I would say, with that 25% ante, and also an incentive for more aggressive 3-betting going on. Whether we see that or not is another question, but certainly something to consider. Doesn't mean you need to start opening hands like 5-3 there, so we get to the small blind. Zacharakis 5-5, and he's just going to limp against his Greek opponent there, and countryman, which is, I think, a little bit generous. 5s for 17 bigs, blind versus blind, playing for a big blind and a huge big blind ante. Just want to be jamming that one in pre-flop, I think. So ace jack 9, jack turn. Just going to be the one big blind bet. Looking to get some protection from, you know, a whole host of overs. Queen Queen 9, Zacharakis on the button. Probably going to be opening this one. Tens of Christoforo here, just under 30 big blinds effective. Does he elect to 3-bet call? Does he elect to just jam? I think folding and calling obviously out of the question. So let's see what he does. He just decides to rip it in, taking any tricky decisions out of the fray. And yeah, just happy to get that one through as well. 4.5 big blinds in there already. And a little bit of a size up from his opponent as well, so somewhat more incentivized to just take that down straight away. Can still get called by hands like pocket nines, lots of flips as well. Ace queen suited, ace queen off even is going to call. Ace jack suited, ace king. Three betting non all in, obviously a valid strategy as well, especially if there's an aggressive dynamic and your opponent's the sort of guy that might just, you know, pile in a ace 5, ace 4 suited, maybe a worse pair. Georgopoulos here, clear last. He's going to raise the deuces, I think, again, with the 2.5 big blinds in there and him having sort of 17 bigs. I think we just want to be jamming here. Allows Sherber in with the jack 10 now, and going to play some post flop with a hand that really doesn't perform that well post flop, but can force a lot of better hands or a lot of hands with a lot of equity to just get out of there with the shove. 5-5-8 though, pretty favourable board for deuces as far as it goes. No flush draw, somewhat disconnected. Not an awful lot of 5x in your opponent's range. And yeah, just getting that one through. Folds out the 2 overcards. Apologies for that brief freeze. Back in the mix, four-handed. Doesn't look like an awful lot's happened. Let's just have a little scan around the chip stacks. I believe the chip leader had about 13 million last time we saw. Cristoforo was second, sort of neck and neck. With Zacharakis and Georgopoulos heading up the field. So small hit to Vitaly by the looks of things. Nines for Zacharakis here. Small blind versus under the gun. He's been an advocate of not shoving with these hands, but instead going for these kind of small 3-bets. Looks like he just wants to call now. A little bit deceptive. And Georgopoulos gets out the way, hoping to see a collision between the other players. King 7-6, 2 clubs. Zacharakis with the nines, no club, but definitely going to be continuing. One would hope. We did see the nines folded on a Jack Deuce Deuce earlier, but Zacharakis has got a bit more game than that, and certainly has been comfortable playing some large pots without any kind of particularly massive holding. And it's just a question of what Cristoforo's strategy is going to be now. Looks like he's just going to give up. Would be a rather counterintuitive double barrel, that's for sure. With the plan to barrel through on cards like a queen, a jack. Obviously gets there with an ace. And in any case, Zacharakis backdooring straight. Knowing his opponent would likely barrel jack 9, so any kind of doubts of him not having the complete nuts shouldn't be considered. And Cristoforo here, just trying to save some face, I think. Went for a bit of a ambitious c-bet and faced some resistance. He's just going to be getting out of there. So as you can see, chip stack's still fairly even, between 40 and 20 big blinds across the field, so plenty of play left here at the Greek Poker Champions event. Just wanted to give you a little update on things that are going on with SpadePoker. So with the special edition of the Banco Masters coming up, the 250k guarantee, if you were interested in coming along, there will be extra benefits for SpadePoker players if you go onto the website spadepoker.tv and try and join the Facebook group, which is the SpadePoker Players group. You will find information on how to redeem those extras and sort of benefits of being part of the team. Coming up and the beginning of August, between the 1st and the 8th, is going to be the Bangkok Casino Masters, with a week's worth of day ones and side events with 250k guaranteed main event prize pool. So another tournament in similar fashion to this, just slightly more money up top. So what have we got here? Vitaly opening it up with King Jack suited. Been 3-bet by Zacharakis on the button. And he's going to call, so we're playing a huge pot now. And the winner of this pot is going to be the chip leader of the tournament. So an interested onlooker there in the form of Georgopoulos. Oh my god, what a flop. What a flop for Zacharakis. And the timing is impeccable. Electing to 3-bet with the King Deuce of Hearts. He flops top pair and a flush draw. And Sherba has top pair himself. So it doesn't get better than this in terms of a 3-bet pot confrontation. Zacharakis now electing to size down somewhat, going for about quarter pot on the flop. Just under. He's got the board fairly locked. Is Vitaly going to go for the check raise or just the call? Goes for the call. I like it. See a turn card. For his sake, he's hoping it's not a heart. But it is the 4 of spades, so no deuce is an improvement now for Zacharakis. And it goes check check, 7 on the river. And I think we should be seeing a meaty sized value bet here. Your opponent just really not going to have much 7x or 4x at this point. Can kind of eliminate 4x when he checks back the turn. So lots of hands to target. Pocket queens, pocket jacks, pocket tens. Maybe a king 9 suited, maybe a worse king x as he does have. And goes for the 2 million. Gets absolutely snapped off. And that's going to be the winner for Vitaly, who now has 18 million chips and a resounding lead over the rest of his table mates. Top pair and a flush draw, about as good as it gets with that hand. Ends up losing a big one by the river as the flush breaks out. And no choice but to snap it off for the 3rd pot river bet. Now folding with Queen 10 off in the cutoff. A little bit on the tighter side, maybe slightly perturbed by this previous hand.
You have your chance, but you have to be patient. I need another one player to go out and then I will do it.
Eight 7 now for Sherba. Just limping in. And Zacharakis checking back the dirty diaper, 3 deuce off. Both players flopping a piece. Zibby, you've absolutely caught me with my pants down there. That's exactly the reason. 7 on the river for the Ukrainian. He's electing to go for some value, understanding that his opponent can definitely still have some 5x, some hands like 7-6, 3x as well, of course, and yeah, just getting that one through. So a much needed walk there for Georgopoulos, who, if he lost that pot again, was going to be sort of petering around at that 15 to 17 big blind range. Italy here, king 10 off. Going to be opening the cutoff, no problem. 600 to go. Don't think he's going to be met by much resistance here from Cristoforo, who's unfortunately kind of petered away a little bit. The card distribution not been in his favour. Oh, looks like he might be. He does defend the Jack 7 off. Okay, so kind of inviting some tricky spots here with such a unplayable hand. Out of position versus the chip leader, who's just got all the chips and has shown a lot of aggressive tendencies, meaning that you're going to have to flop decently to consider continuing in some way, shape or form. A little bit of shade thrown on the other casino there. Yeah, I did manage to get a decent run going in the 1K PLO, and in fact a good friend of mine ended up winning it, so it was a pretty fun night all round. But we're here to focus on the Banco Casino, and here we have the final 4 of the Greek Poker Champions event. As I mentioned, coming up, the boosted prize pool of the Banco Casino Masters, the flagship tournament here at the home of poker in Slovakia. €250 buy-in, 250k guaranteed, so 1,000 entrants guaranteed for that one. Going to be some high rollers, bounty and PLO side events as per usual. So get yourself over here. There will be deals to be done for players that are able to put 6 hours worth of cash game play. Would be winning themselves a free hotel room, which can definitely help with the expenses. Somewhere that I believe isn't matched elsewhere. or many other places. I think if you go to Cyprus, for example, they might do that, but certainly not in the UK where I'm from. You'd be lucky to get a quid for the parking ticket out of the casino staff there. So, Christoforou versus... Ooh, he's flattered the small blind, yep, versus the button open. And Georgopoulos here with quite a natural c-bet, ace-high board, but also does have the flush draw to boot. Bets a third pot. And yeah, King Jack shriveling up on the ace-high board, especially with kind of no backdoor draw. Just getting out the way, and a much needed pickup for the Greek on the button. Let's go Vitaly indeed. Running the show at the moment with all the chips. 19 million of them. Yeah, agreed on that one, Phantomachus. King Jack. Definitely a jam, especially with this huge big blind ante as well. But never mind. Does have playability as a call, but I think once you're getting this short, the lowest variance option is usually a jam, because the raise fold gap from the button in terms of the raising range and then the calling range is so wide that you just get it through so often. So good point there. Do I plan on playing the Poker Fever series at the end of the month in Olimog? No, I don't. Unfortunately, I have no more European visa, what with Brexit and all of the trivialities of our ridiculous governmental system. We lost our place in the EU, and that's cost me dearly, actually. No more freedom of travel. And Zacharakis didn't take the deuces earlier for a similar stack depth, but takes the threes this time and gets it through. Sherber on the button. He's going to need much less than ace-6 to be forcing the action here, but does have a decent hand, so he's happy to see that. Georgopoulos here with the 5-4 off. A little bit off-piste, to use a skiing term. Don't think we want to be defending so wide when we're just going to struggle to realise our equity post-flop and we don't even have a suit or any kind of decent playability. Two low cards in an ICM heavy situation, just gonna flop loads of stuff like this, you know, bottom pairs, calling one, kind of really burning chips a lot of the time when we do kind of connect in some way. We're just not gonna flop two pairs or straights or, you know, these kind of holdings often enough to justify this pre-flop defend. And oh my god, he's going to not only compound the error with a check call, but now he's going for a check raise just to try and target the snap folds in his opponent's range. Maybe Vitaly's got some sort of hand like Jack 9 of clubs that's opened here and stabbed the flop, so there is merit to it, but in my opinion, when it's such a crucial spot for you, you shouldn't be in this spot regardless. And yeah, Vitaly just working it out there. So many draws, you know, hands like even gut shots or flush draws or the likes of the bottom pair turning into a bluff or semi-bluff. Just not going to be folding the top pair there versus the short stack. Piles it in, gets the snap fold, and another huge chip up for him. 70 bigs versus 20 versus 19 versus 13. And with this big blind ante in play, you might see over the next couple of orbits it get to the stage where Vitaly is just able to open jam. The payout structures is such that at the moment they've got 10k guaranteed, but the next jump is 3k, and then the jump after that is 4.5k, so pretty serious ones. Yeah, really bossing it at the moment. Definitely had a decent run in terms of card distribution, but we've seen so much heart from him across the FT, so deserving winner from what we've seen. And just to touch on the chip leader strategy in this kind of situation, once you do get this kind of overpowering lead, you want to be, in terms of pressuring your opponents with ICM, you're going to almost be playing every hand, and the opening range for the min raise would be stuff like the top of the range hands. So as you saw there, nines, you know, decent pairs, maybe eights plus, your sort of ace jack suiteds and ace queen suiteds, blah blah blah, and then you can just shove all of the middling stuff, like almost any suited hand, especially with a Broadway card. You know, your jack 4 suited just gets piled in here. Your opponents really are going to struggle to defend at all, because they're all kind of in a position where they're just trying to outlast each other at the moment. Georgopoulos finding a suited ace, that's going to be good enough, as he is the short stack. Christoforu here in the small blind, mulling over his options. Looked like a fairly reluctant fold, and Vitaly with king 6 not going to be flicking that one in. My personal opinion is that at this stage of the tournament, the big blind ante just gives the chip leader, who already has such an overwhelming advantage on final tables, even more of an advantage, because they're able to find this aggression and pick up chips at a faster rate. I believe from sort of 5 or 4-handed onwards, the ante should be a small blind instead. It would help kind of diffuse some of the lopsided benefits for the chip leader. So Vitaly electing to go for the raise call here with the ace-9, 3xing. Sees a shove from his opponents. Just can't fold here with ace-9. It's just too strong, and nice move from him. If he did elect to open jam, I think his opponent would have folded, but instead Ice going for the 3x, getting jammed on, getting it in with really decent equity now. Looking to fade a 6. And this is a really pivotal moment of the tournament because he's got 16 million. If he wins this, he's on 27 and just the clear runaway chip leader. If he loses it, he's got one very close. And look at that for a flop for his opponent. Zacharakis coming out of nowhere to find a pair and a flush draw. What a flop. Sherba now looking for a 9 or an 8. Offsuit as well. No diamonds available, of course. Four on the turn, no help. 9 or an 8 only, or else we're going to see this final table have another spanner in the works. And it's a deuce, so a big win there for Zacharakis, who almost makes fun of the other two guys there, saying, "You guys wanted your pay jump? Well, unlucky. I'm sticking around. You know, you're not going to get rid of me that easily." All smiles there as he pinks off the dream flop. 3 diamonds with a 6 and no 9. Just doesn't really get any better than that with his hand. It looks like we've got some excited Greeks. I'm not sure what they're saying, if anyone wants to translate, but glad to have you in, and thanks for watching the coverage. As you can see now, that certainly changes things on the final table. Vitaly there, 62% or so to, oh, it must have been 66 or so, 66, 68, something like that. 60, let's say 2/3 to 1/3 favourite to have this overwhelming chip lead and almost have 2 hands on the trophy at that stage. Very much back in the pack now. Georgopoulos, King Deuce of Diamonds. I think we're going to see him defend here, try and flop something and go with it. Bit too deep for a stop and go, but just going to play the old tactic of try and hit the flop. Vitaly's run pretty well with these weaker ace-x holdings, flopping a lot of top pairs. And another one here, ace-4 queen rainbow, and a bit of a disaster flop for Georgopoulos. No backdoor flush draw, but he does call. Not sure why or what the plan is here. Does have 2 backdoor straight draws, but again, out of position versus an opponent that's going to be very aggressive on this type of run out. You don't want to be defending these like super thin continues. Just not going to really have enough. What's he looking for on the turn? Like, does he want to turn a king? Even the deuce now, he faces some kind of like reasonably sized bet. Just going to be folding, so not really too sure what the play was there. Ace Queen 4 just going to be a great one for the opener in general anyway. And when you've got the chip lead, a free license to just keep on piling on the pressure. And so he's got himself into a tricky spot now where he's called the flop and he's basically forced himself into having to defend the turn. Only 2.7 million back, which is less than 10 big blinds. And hopefully
Does not improve. The queen, though, I think should slow down Sherba here, as it's like the most likely card that his opponent's going to hit. Yeah, he didn't look too happy with it, but he's going to see the good news. He can't believe he's won that, I think. He's just like, what the hell did you have? You know, I lose to all of these ace-x hands. I lose to the queen now. But the rather optimistic defend out of position from his opponent, paying into the hands of the Ukrainian. So Sherbet, queen 7 off. I think he might just let this one go. With the small blind being so short now. And also out of position to the button. So we must be getting to the stage where we're quite close to the next blind level increase, which is going to throw a real spanner in the works. The 400k big blind level will swallow up Georgopoulos and Christoforou as well, going to be in the danger zone. So ace-9 suited, opening into the chip leader, who defends with 7-6, pretty standard. Advantage in shifted over to the Ukrainian now, who flops middle pair. Sees a continuation bet from Zacharakis, who, you know, to be fair, has got some decent backdoors, some good turn playability here for barreling and also improving. And there's a great card for him, the Jack of Hearts, overcard to the board, which is usually better for the pre-flop aggressor, plus a nice clean nut flush draw. Checks it back though, doesn't want to induce some kind of... I don't think you're going to get check jam much on a jack turn, so I think that actually it's fairly decent to keep barreling with the nut flush draw there, or picking it up. Just wanting to apply pressure to the 5x, the 6x, even some weak 10x by the river that might fold. Building a pot with a hand that can make the nuts on the river, like 20% of the time, seems pretty decent. Having the fold equity, you can also hit the ace. Lots of good things can come from the second barrel, I think, there. But also the player, Zacharakis, just understanding that he doesn't really want to be betting an awful lot with the ICM, you know, and building pots where if he loses he could potentially just fall back into the pack and once again allow Vitaly to do whatever he wants. Christoforou here, 17 and a bit big blinds, queen jack off. Goes for a chunky-ish open of 7-7-5. I think he's just hoping to take it down essentially, but Zacharakis 9-8 suited, not going to be going anywhere. Getting a pretty good price, especially with that big blind ante. And raising a call, so off to the flop. 2 million in there already in just a single raise pot. Getting pretty serious at this stage. Wow, what a flop we've got here. So top pair plus a gut shot for Christoforou, and Zacharakis with a pair plus an open ender plus a backdoor straight flush draw. Holy moly. I think the money's going to be going in. He just rips it in. Wow, that might be the only way the money doesn't go in some way. I'm not sure if he's getting the price to call this off here with just the pair and the open ender, unless he thinks that his opponent's got a bit too much, like ace king, ace queen, king queen, which are a lot of combos. He's got all of them suited and offsuit, of course, so 48 there. But then you've got to think about all of the jack X you're doing fairly well against. Not amazingly, but decent. Christoforou praying to the heavens above. Is he going to call here? It's about half his stack. If he calls and wins, it's going to be about level with Sherba. But if he calls and loses, he really just hands the keys over to Sherba here, who's going to have a huge triply three ways. And he does call, so here we go. Queen Jack versus 9-8. 9-8 needing a 7 or a queen, an 8 or backdoor diamonds. So 7, queen or 8 are the immediate outs, and then a little bit of backdoor spice to add to the mix. Ooh, the 5 of diamonds, adding even more of a sweat to the brow of Christoforou, who looks pretty chilled, looks in control, just sat there waiting his fate, rather emotionless. Let's see if it all comes bursting out, if he can manage to hold this one. Huge pot, and there's the ace, there we go, the double fist bump, the sit down. The realization that he's still in the game and it's back to business, whilst Zacharakis is crippled down to 15 big blinds, with the blinds going up fairly shortly. I'll be right back, 1 minute. So after that hit, back to Zacharakis here with the Queen 10. Just going to move that in. And gets it through. So ace-9 on ace-9 confrontation here. And a fairly uneventful main event sweep. Georgopoulos even dares to sit back down in the seat with the equity disadvantage. Let's see if that pays off for him. Come on, dealer, we're going to chop so often here. Let's just rip through the board. Any sweats about? Wow, both players flop a backdoor flush draw, so it could get interesting if we see a black card on the turn. Surely we see a black card. There's always got to be a sweat, surely, in these kind of situations. No, it's the Jack of Diamonds, so chop it up, guys. Christophoru finding himself with the two queens. Looks like he's going for a raise. Jack 10 suited for Vitaly, so definitely going to be continuing. And we could see some fireworks here. Okay, interesting board. Christophoru still with the best of it, of course. Got the backdoor flush draw. Gut shot, but not top pair at the moment. He's going to fire out something relatively chunky with the strength of his hand. 1.075. Italy going absolutely nowhere. His opponent can still have hands like, you know, he's got basically dead, like ace-8 of diamonds. Just stabbing the flop. So a fairly trivial call. Pair plus backdoor straight draw. Jack on the turn gives two pair versus a straight, so Just gets dicier and dicier for the Ukrainian. What a check from Christoforu as well, just sliding it over to Vitaly here. Does he have the balls to go for just the check call? Or is he going to pounce now with so much in the middle? Yep, rips it in. Gets another bet out of his opponent. And Vitaly's thinking, what the hell's going on here? What the hell has he even got? Makes a really disciplined lay down there. And all of a sudden Christoforu coming up as a contender once again. Back up to 14 million, was down to a low of about 5 million within the last couple of hours. Back on track. As Christoforu and Vitaly have the vast majority of the chips here with 400 play. Georgopoulos there, head in hand, seat 3. Absolutely desperate for a spot to try and double up.
I told you if you make a deal to give me the jacket, I will give you my chips. If you don't want to give me the jacket, I will take your chips.
3 deuce, not going to do it. Christoforu with ace 10, he's going to be happy with that. Opens it up. Makes it 850, a little size up with the short stack and the big blind. Don't mind it at all. Disincentivizes them from defending. Just takes it down a lot pre-flop. You've got that extra big blind ante to play for, so does make it a lot more worthwhile. Zakarakis here with the king, just going to be all in for such a short stack. Yeah, the double C comeback very much back into play, and Georgopoulos here deciding with the 9-3 suited. I think he's going to have to live to fight another day at this point, and just let this one go. Sherba now under the gun. Nothing playable by his standards. Queen 6 off, no good. And Georgopoulos with the very fast move in. 10-9 off. He's only got 5 bigs, and 10-9 off the same hand for Christoforou. Is he going to look him up? I think he's supposed to call here. He calls. They're both on their seats, and once again it's anticlimactic. All in as ace-9 versus ace-9 last time, 10-9 versus 10-9 this time. And that board will mean that they're going to chop it up. And as I was about to say, it felt like we've been on that blind level for ages, but now I think we're going to be moving to 200k, 400k, so these stacks and big blinds even shorter than before. Georgopoulos looks like he's going to get this one through. The graphical error there, we are up to the 200, 400 level, I believe, this hand. So it's only, well, yeah, it's about 4.5 big blinds. There's a big blind ante in there, and Vitaly does flick in the call. And it's going to be a 35-65. 6 or a 5 needed for the Ukrainian, and just anything else for the Greek player. Talk about a final table flop. We've got another one here. Bottom pair for Vitaly, so slightly ahead, but 2 overcards, a backdoor straight draw and a front door flush draw for Georgopoulos, who remains the favourite despite being a... Oof, that's the jack. Going to be about 93%. Yeah, they're 93% now. Just needs to fade an offsuit 6 or a 5 to keep his hopes and dreams alive. And it's a queen, so backdoors 2 pair. And he's up to 4 million at the 400k big blind ante. So 10 big blinds to play with. Georgopoulos here in with the 9s. Double C is a cop, I believe. It's certainly got some cop type energy about him. I think a slight misstep with the sevens here. I think he's better off just calling and then folding if Vitaly shoves, but shoving anyway could fold out some hands like ace queen that may jam if you just call, so either way is fine. And Georgopoulos here again, another great spot for him all of a sudden. Was down to 4 big blinds and now he's got 9s in versus 7s to get back to 9 million and to add another spanner in the works here at the final table. Double C looking for a 7. King on the turn, no good for the Cypriot. Gonna need to find a 7 and a 7 only to get down to 3 players here in the Greek Poker Championships event, and it's a 3, so no 7 of diamonds unfortunately, Elias. And the short stack doubles 2 hands in a row, and this final table will continue 4-handed as it has been for a very long time now. Good news for the Ukrainian is that he has regained the chip lead. But it doesn't mean an awful lot when everyone's kind of hovering around 15 to 30 big blinds now. Sherba here, 10-5 suited. I think he's going to open this one. And nothing to be defending with from the blinds, so just taking that one down. Pulling in some variance free chips after not having the better run of the last couple of all-in confrontations. King 5 suited for Zacharakis here with 10 big blinds and that chunky big blind ante. Yeah, I like the way he's played actually. He's been pretty fearless in these kind of short stack spots and the rejams and such like. So he just moves it in. Are we going to see double C Christoforou? A name that says Cyprus so much that you think it might be some sort of stereotypical nickname as opposed to anything else, but Double C is asking for a count, and Zacharakis on his feet, can't even look, waiting to see his opponent decide his fate. And he has said call, so cards on their backs for yet another pivotal all-in on the final table of the Greek Poker Champions event. He calls with ace-6. A thin call, but a good one in this sense. 58% equity. And Georgopoulos, who looked destined to be out in fourth, is on his seat, a very interested third party in this all-in showdown. There's the king in the window as it just continues to go from bad to worse for the bigger stacks at the table. 7 on the turn, no help. So just an ace, and an ace only for Christoforou to eliminate Zacharakis, and it's a king, so full house. Just for a little cherry on top there for the Greek, and he doubles up to 8.7 million. Zacharakis now, pocket twos. I think he should just be getting out of the way here. Opening into the chip leader. Things are all a bit bunched up. And Sherba here, king jack off. Is he going to decide to move all in versus this cut-off open? Can apply a heap of ICM pressure on his opponent here. Goes for the call. Queen 7-4 goes check check, jack on the turn. Another check from Sherba, met with the check back from Zacharakis, and the run out is clean for the Ukrainian. Might elect to go for some value, but then again can just as easily check call. Hope his opponent arrives at the river with maybe one club in their hand and elects to bluff with it. Looks like he's going to go the other option, just go for the value, target some sort of 7x or rivered 6. Zacharakis just looking him up with the pocket twos here. Wow, rather ambitious call at this stage with just no interactivity to any of it. And a nice chip up there for Vitaly. 16 million now. Starting to take command here with his 40 big blind stack. Zacharakis ace-10 offsuit in the small blind. Wow, we've got an all-in confrontation, I think, on our hands here. Georgopoulos likely to ISO something like 1.2 million, 1.3 million. And it's just going to be shoved from the Greek in the small blind. Yeah, and a snap call, and here we go. Cards on their backs. Another huge all-in confrontation. Zacharakis once again not having the best of it. Ace 10 versus Ace King. Can he find a 10? He's managed to find a couple of lucky escape routes in these all-ins so far, but Georgopoulos all of a sudden, 4.5 big blinds about 3 orbits ago, has a huge advantage going to the flop that could get him to 15 million and really vying for this Greek Poker Champions trophy. Looking for some sort of diamond, maybe. Oh, the 10 of diamonds! My word, where the hell has that come from? A shake of the head from the Greek as he realizes that all of a sudden the equity has flipped on their backs, and now he's the one praying for an escape route out of there. Can he find the diamond? No, it's the deuce of clubs. Zacharakis once again just finds his way out of a dominated situation and must be thanking the gods in the heavens above, as he's not made it easier for himself. Certainly had the worst of it, but has come out on top, and that's all that counts. All of those beautiful stacks of grey chips are just heading away from the Greek in seat 3 as he's left with a bowl of rice to work with. One player who was not impressed with that was Christoforou, who you can see has even left the screen now. Absolutely gutted. So once again, a disparity in the chip stacks. Sherba, Zacharakis ascending at the top of the pack, with Christoforou and Georgopoulos loitering behind, miles in the distance. Better to be lucky than good, eh, Kaspar? Zacharakis on the button here. He's got the 2 shorties in front of him. And no messing around for Georgopoulos. I don't, has he even looked at his cards? Who knows? Oh, Christoforou with the pocket 9s going for the rejam, and we've got a 3-way all in here. What the hell's going on? That must be like, that looks like 2 kings, 2 jacks, something like that. Well, Zacharakis has been getting it in with the worst of it, but look at him. Billy Big Bollocks over there, puffing his chest and announcing his situation to the rail. Yep, 2 jacks versus the ace deuce versus the pocket 9s. We can see the equities, but you just can't get away from the beauty of those 2 9s for me. The sexiest hand in poker, so essentially a flip here with the jacks and the 9s in my warped logic, but ooh, some options for Georgopoulos here. Flops himself a little gutter ball, and not sure if his deuce of clubs is live for the backdoor draw. It is. 8 on the turn. 1 card away is Zacharakis for clinching the double knockout and getting into the heads-up showdown with Vitaly Sherba of Ukraine. Is it going to be Greece versus Ukraine? It is. Double elimination for Christoforou and Georgopoulos. Christoforou going out in 3rd, Georgopoulos in 2nd. Yeah, he does make a lot of deep runs, does Vitaly, and there's good reason for it. He's played great. So, Georgopoulos leaving with 9,820, best part of 10,000 euros. Christoforou 12.8k, and now we have 30.2k playing 18.3k as the last two remaining payouts, plus the small matter of the trophy and all of the glory that comes with it. We're going to be back very shortly. Thanks for joining us. See you for the heads up.
not yet still bring me with sparkle.
Hello and welcome back to the penultimate, or should I say final stages of the Greek Poker Champions event here at the Bangkok Casino. Heads up match between Zacharakis of Greece and Sherba of Ukraine, playing for the title of the Greek Poker Champions main event winner, which comes with 30,000 top prize. However, some information on that. Emmanuel, the Greek player to the left of your screen, has taken the deal. 22,635 euro plus the 170 ticket. And Vitaly has done a deal for 20,775 euro plus the ticket, with 4.5k left to be played for, which is about 10% of the prize pool. So ICM deal done there, and we're going to continue on at the 200k, 400k level. And without any further ado, let's get to it, shall we? So King 10 offsuit. I think at this depth you're just kind of incentivized to min raise, attack the big blind, with there being a big blind ante and a big blind in there as well. More incentivized to try and gain some kind of fold equity at least pre-flop. Italy, Jack 5 off. Just going to be limping. And a check back from Zacharakis, so both players flopping a gutty. Zacharakis with the lead. Oh no, the check call. Check raise, got it wrong the third time. So Sherba betting the flop with his pair plus backdoor, gut shot, backdoor flush draw, overcard. Zacharakis with the raise. So let's see what the turn brings. 6. Does Zacharakis find another big barrel here? Looks like it, coming out firing with 1.3 million. And showing some nice heart there, and a good start to the heads up match for him. Pulling away slightly from his Ukrainian opponent. Casper saying, why don't I live in Slovakia and can't play here every day? I know, yeah, the action here is incredible, and hence a reason for me moving here in some way. Great action on the cash game tables as well. It's not just the tournaments that have the value. So an open from Zacharakis with the Jack 9. Looks like Sherba's going to be 3-betting. Yeah, 2.5 million to go. 2.6 our graphic says. Jack 9 off. Pretty playable hand on a final table. But electing to just fold, doesn't think he's deep enough to consider calling, and Sherba's going to take that one down.
walk there for Zacharakis, who ends up with the ace-king. Sorry, what's the correct pronunciation? Is it Zacharakis? Zacharakis or something like that? Not Zacharakis. Apologies for that one. Wow, ace king and kings back to back. Opens it up to 800. And Vitaly here looking fairly interested. At least going to be calling by the looks of things. Yep. So we're off to a flop. Great one for the Greek. Jack 8-4 in 2 diamonds. Even has the overpair with the backdoor diamonds. Just an absolute monster heads up. And the 5 of diamonds on the turn. Shouldn't really give too much of a concern to Zacharakis here. 6-7 completing some hands like Jack 5, Jack 5-4, 8-5 coming in with the second pair. I think most of those are going to be raising the turn, so if he does, if he is just met with a just call here, he should be really comfortable going to the river. Obviously that king of diamonds is the bailout card as well, pretty handy. And yeah, Vitaly continuing to show interest in the pot. Going to come for the second check call now as we go off to a river here, and an early pivotal hand in the heads up match developing. Oh, Vitaly does have a jack with a 6 of diamonds. What a holding here. Does he elect to go for the small lead just to try and control the size of the pot? Potentially freeze some bluffs from his opponent? Or is he just going to check call kind of any sizing here, which is what you'd expect really? Both of these guys have shown enough to make each other believe that they're capable of showing up with bluffs in these kind of spots, and yeah, Sherber just gonna snap it off, and down to 20 bigs now, and a little bit of a dejected look at the start of this heads up match for him. He's just really had the second best hand or had no playability so far, so that is how it can go in heads up, and probably why they did the deal as well. Both players realizing that it's such a high variance format, you know, you've really got to defend, there's nowhere to hide. If you make top pair and you beat, then, you know, you're just losing your stack quite a lot of the time, or a lot of chips along the way. So I always find it quite shrewd to, if I ever get into a heads up situation in a tournament, which is obviously it's quite rare, but if you have some kind of competent opponent, you're really not winning much in terms of big blinds per 100, and based on a sample size of 1, anything can happen, right? So it's better to restrict or limit the variance in some way by doing some kind of deal, and at least leaving something to play for. So the rule here at the Bangkok Casino is 10% of the prize pool must be left in play, and I think that's quite a good way of doing it. 4.5k to be played for in this heads up match is no small sum. You know, over 25 buy-ins for this event, so plenty left to battle for. Queen high versus queen high here. No one really with much of an advantage apart from the positional one for Vitaly, but it's going to go check check. Not really much reason to start betting this one. No backdoor draws, just sort of a backdoor gutty. Zacharakis firing for 1 big blind, does receive a call. And a good one as well from Sherber. 6 on the river. And it's going to be a split pot. Queen high versus queen high. So information on upcoming tours, events, and SpadePoker's involvement you can see there at the bottom of your screen. SpadePoker.tv, a good way to get yourself exclusive perks and benefits, especially whilst you're here at the Bangkok Casino. Free drinks bracelet, full support with your travel plans, as well as a whole host of other benefits for the players of SpadePoker. So join the Facebook group SpadePoker Players, and all of the updates will be over there. As I've seen a few of you amazed at the standard of play earlier on in the final table, lots of mistakes on show and lots of value therefore for you guys coming over to Bratislava and giving us a visit. So feel free. Oh, hello there, 8 on the turn. Vitaly improving 2 trips. Zacharakis with the misgutter. Does he go for the bet check bet? Just not going to get the chance to, because it looks like Vitaly is going to lead out here for shade under 2 million. Snap fold from the Greek, and still just about over a 3-to-1 advantage for Zacharakis. So it could be a confrontation here. I think Zacharakis is going to go for the open, and you know what? I think Sherba is going to go for the limp jam, ace-5 suited. His opponent certainly aggressive enough to have some raised folds here, and a lot of them. Ace-5 is quite a playable hand, but does benefit from maybe just clearing out some of the equity. You know, these type of hands that might raise and have too clean at cards. But here we go for the title. Zacharakis versus Vitaly, and Vitaly's heads up has been nothing short of miserable, just running into it every time. Couldn't get anything going. Is he going to find a way out here with the ace-5 suited? 18 million in there would get him back to level in chips. All smiles regardless. He's locked up a really decent cash. Can he do it? Ace-10 versus ace-5 for the title. Come on, dealer, let's see it. Five on the flop. And torture for the Greek, who's come from behind so many times and now gets a taste of his own medicine here in the heads-up match, looking for a 10 and a 10 only. Potentially some kind of backdoor straight. Oh, it's a 10! Wow, wow, we were. If he thought he was a little cooked on the flop, then that really changes things. And are we going to see a final table Hollywood run out with the 5 on the flop, the 10 on the turn, and the 5 on the river? If anyone can do it, it's Vitaly. Let's see if he can find it. 2 outs to remain in the Greek Poker Champions event here at the Bangkok Casino. Little shake of the head and a sigh. He's really not had the best of it in this heads-up match, and it is the deuce of diamonds, unfortunately for him. And all hugs and a jubilant Greek in the form of your champion Zacharakis there, who played a good game, found the aggression, found the cool down for his tournament life versus Vitaly's triple barrel blind versus blind with just top pair. on a pretty dicey connected looking board. Made a big call there and was a worthy champion, I would say. So congratulations to him. And that's going to be it. We're going to call it a night here. And good. Look forward to seeing you next time. Thank you for joining us here at the Bangkok Casino with SpadePoker TV. And you're just seeing the main event champion there as Vitaly walks off with the second place. Thanks very much for joining. We'll see you soon. Goodbye.
You can actually cash out money. Yeah, she has everything ready for you. Weroniczka, Vitaly drugi.
Can I take my phone now?
W podstacie?
Bravo, Malaka. Bravo, Malaka.
Myślę, że oni się w kraju się postawili, żeby się postawia, no ja idę. Ja idę postawić. Ale se holding dosta połowę albo naciągnąć na... Ale nie używa się rozprawy. Miszka? No, o, poczekaj.
Thank you.